Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican po, he's Verbus Latino.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for crumb's sake.
Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Wednesday morning. Hump Day! Made it all the way to Hump Day. Bit of a pathetic Hump Day cheer this morning, though. There I am. I was hiding. Welcome back. We're going to... Alyssa. Oh, Alyssa. I am so glad you're here. But you have a half day of trial you need to watch. Yes, he's on the stand. We're just starting cross-examination right now. Like, as soon as we come back from court, it'll just be a minute. But it's going to be amazing. Chat's not on the screen. There, chat's on the screen. Oops, I just broke my sign. Nope, not broken. It's still okay. Did I crack the case? It's good. It's good. All right, big shout-out to Greeners, who was first in chat, as one would expect. There he is, holding the award for a previous first he got. Looks great, Greeners. Looks great. Oh, let's see. Where was I? I forgot. Greeners, you won the internet. That's what it was. Congratulations. First in chat. The internet's all yours. If you can maintain it, keep it running for the rest of us, we'll be happy and won't complain very much. All right, Bree, glad you're here with us. I'm sorry I'm glad you're recovering, but I'm sorry you had to have knee replacement surgery. But good news, you'll be up and ready for that marathon in no time. So I'm excited for that. Do send pictures. All right. If you were like Alyssa and you, for some reason, have no excuse, but you missed this morning, you missed that, in fact, the state did rest. And the defense made a judgment of acquittal motion, which was pretty much denied. Although the judge had some concerns primarily about some of the charges, 3 charges of being in possession of criminal tools. Mostly because the defendant wasn't caught in possession of it. It was basically, you bought them at one time, and that's a problem. Well, the problem is the tools in and of themselves. If you're in Tennessee and you're in possession of, say, like lockpicks, I have lockpicks, right? If I'm in Tennessee and I have my lockpicks with me, I'm in commission of a crime, because without a lockpick license, I would be a criminal just having them. But having a tub, or having a shovel, or having a knife, or having a deer processing kit in and of itself is not a crime. And I think the state's only proves that he had them. We can assume, that it was used because we have the knife marks and things like that on the bones, the saw marks. But, let me turn the sound up for you. Sorry, I'm a little quiet myself. Anyway, the judge has some questions about that, but basically it's all going forward, I think. All right, couple quick little messages. Pesky Pirouette, first new membership renewal of the live stream actually came in during the last live stream. So we had a tiny bit of overlap. I missed it. I just barely ended the live stream when I saw this come in. But we got you on this side. Thank you very much, Pesky Pirouette. It looks like a pirouette in the air, upside down. Is that a flip? That's impressive. Kelly H., thank you very much for generosity. Gifted a membership as well as left a super sticker. Boss. Who's the boss? I can't. She's got bigger muscles than me. Woody, one of our OGs, says, let's get this cross going. Ask him for a picture of Jim M. Yeah, just a single photograph you took of Jim. Just like hanging out, you, Mindy, Jim, on one of your moves, one of your many cross-country moves, or maybe many visits to many banks. Nina Nana Linda, member for 30 months. OG says, hey, thanks for a great 30 months. Nina Nana Linda. Thank you for a great 30 months. It wouldn't be the same without you here. Appreciate that. All right, we're about to go back to court, so everyone buckle up. We will get everything ready here. We have, as you can see in the corner, a counter that is running, and this counter is how many times a certain Jim McIntyre has been named or referred to. So every time they say he, talking about Jim, or they say Jim or Jim McIntyre or Mr. McIntyre, all those times we're counting. And some 200 plus of those times have happened today as the defendant took the stand and just started telling stories. I say stories because I'm not buying them. I'm not Sony 3000. I'm not buying anything of what he's putting down. And it's a little bit wild. So if you missed this morning, you will see soon what we're talking about. This defendant has got a story for everything, an excuse for everything, and none of it is ever his fault. So we should count, I believe, that he says that a ton as well. Why do you keep spinning different stories to everyone? How can he keep up with that? I will tell you once again what I told Mrs. R. Well, I told Mrs. R. on the break. I said he is brilliant. Like his mental abilities to do this is off the charts. Incredible that he can remember this, and he can remember the order and everything over years of time. I think he is, in fact, brilliant. He's just also broken. He might have a psychotic break during cross. He may turn his head around, take his glasses off, turn back around, and begin to testify as Jim. Mike, I would get a bingo if that did happen, but I don't think it will. I do think he is Jim. I think he is every bit of Jim, though. He memorialized dates and timelines incredibly well. No, his memory is incredibly sharp. He has, I think, made a couple slips. That one we called out last time, specifically when he was talking about, his lawyer asked him, why did you buy a deer processing kit? You've told us you don't hunt. You've also told us, you can't even see blood. Why would you buy a deer processing kit? And his story was that Mindy had told him to buy it for her brother as a Christmas present. So he bought it at Bass Pro Shops so that it could be given to the brother for Christmas. He's a big hunter. But the lawyer follows up and says, where is that kit now? He's like, I left it at the house. There were a lot of things we left that were just too painful to look at. And as he connects these two thoughts together, I think he slipped up. I think he's telling the truth when he says he doesn't do well with blood, and it was very difficult for him. I think anyone would have a hard time dismembering somebody. Anyone with half of a soul would have a hard time doing that. I believe that looking at that butchering kit probably is very difficult for him, but it shouldn't have been difficult for him if he didn't do it. And so leaving that behind because it was had painful memories attached to it just did not fit the story. So I think there's some little holes like that we can see in his story, but it's wild. All right, just about 2 or 3 minutes before the jury may be back, and we're going to continue where we left off. I am hoping, I've never seen this prosecutor on cross-examination. I'm hoping she's as good on cross-examination as she has been on direct. And sometimes it's difficult for an attorney to make that switch. But it should be easier for her because you get to lead now. You get to, and she has done a couple leading questions. I think she'll be in her element cross-examining the defendant. And I'm ready for this. I'm so ready. Cindy, thanks for clicking the subscribe button. We call that admitting to being an addict. Welcome to the group. You can never leave now. You're one of us. If in the military with all the deployments, I can't imagine him fearing blood. I think he weaves just enough truth into the stories that people buy it. And now I can see a little bit better why so many people did believe him. So many smart people believed what he was saying, believed what he was telling them. I mean, Cameron, she's believed him to the tune of $200,000. Gave him a credit card to pay for things. Just wild. Amber, have fun. Good luck in your interview. We're praying for you. You're going to do great. Knock him dead. One sort of comment that stuck with me. The more you lie and do bad things, the easier for your brain to not see it as an issue anymore. I could see that in this case. I could see where that could apply. Greeners, did you win a bunch of points again? Holy cow. Didn't you say you got a signal message from Mindy on November 29th? Wasn't she already deceased, or at least in the hospital sick with blood pressure issues? Doesn't add up. It doesn't, but busy. Remember when he told that? He said, I got a message from what I believed was Mindy. He knew it wasn't Mindy when he's saying, I got a message, because he knew, in my opinion, that Mindy was dead. And so when he's telling the story, at that point he interjects, I got a message from who I thought was Mindy. I think that's another one of those little tells where, you can't perfectly tell a lie. Do you think he believes his own story? I think he wants to. I think his parents believe a lot of his story, which is sad. I do wonder, though, some of the people who are there in the courtroom as they're being testified about, specifically about their role and what happened and what they said, I wonder if they're nodding their head or shaking it and saying that never happened. That part is curious to me, as we hear about the dad showing up and knocking on the door and him sneaking out the back of the house. I'd like to hear from the dad how that went down. And thank you all, by the way, for we already have a ton of likes on the channel. We've already got to 431 already, which is just amazing as we just get ready to kick things off. I know there are some people who were watching previously who are trying to find us desperately now because they forgot to subscribe. But the best way to welcome them back and to help YouTube direct them to us is to like the channel. If you like it, YouTube will tell more people about it, and they'll be back, and we'll have our good friends with us again. Did my pretzel package arrive? I don't know what you're talking about. You mean these? These dill pickle flavored pretzels? Maybe. They did arrive, and they're really yummy. I will say it's difficult. Most companies get dill flavoring wrong. Most companies use way too much dill. And dill is one of the things that that should be like a garnish when used as a flavor in our other items. There's a reason we don't have a big slice of pickle in the middle of our hamburger. Instead, we have the big slice of meat and then pickles on top. But dill is great. It just has to be used in moderation. At how many subscribers will Recovery Addict stop eating food sent to him by viewers? I don't know. I'm always up for a good challenge. I found some really good foods this way. All right. Protein pretzels, are they good? They're good. They have... I can't snack on them as much as I would a normal pretzel. Does that make sense? Like the point where it's like, okay, I'm done with those pretzels now. It comes sooner with the protein pretzels than with the regular pretzel. But they're good. All right. Greeners keeps winning. I don't know how he's doing it. Trust me. If I did, I'd put a stop to it. No, just kidding. When are we having another RA cooking session? I think Mrs. RA owes you cinnamon rolls at some point. So I think that's the next one, if we can talk her into that. All right, we should just get your last bets in on the slot machine, because we're about to come back to court. And once we're back, slot machine goes off. No gambling during court. It's one of the rules. Okay. All right. I think we're good here. Janelle, thank you very much. Janelle Kilts. Nice name. I used to have a kilt, but it shrunk on the hanger. Closets do that to close occasionally, especially kilts. It shrunk in the closet. Shell, thanks for clicking the subscribe button as well. If you haven't, please join us. Shell did it, and it was easy, and it was painless. and she has no regrets. So go ahead and click the subscribe button. It would be great. I actually gave my kilt to my son. I don't think he appreciates the fact that the probably 50% of my insurance settlement check from a major car accident, which totaled my car, went to pay for that kilt.
Let's go ahead and bring our jury in.
Don't think he values it as much as I do. But I didn't value it enough to keep it in shape. All right, here we go. As we start, the defense is going to sit down, and prosecution is going to begin the cross-examination of the defendant. And I expect it to get spicy. So, and probably some objections here. We only had one objection in all of the defense direct questioning, and that was an objection to a question that called for a narrative answer. So we'll see what happens now. Oh, Judge has some treats. What do you have, Judge? Maybe some Skittles, maybe some Lifesavers, or is that the defendant who's opening the candy bar? Somebody's getting a little snack ready. You should be. Any bets on where the counter's going to end up? Eyes are going. Left, right, left, right. Left, 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 left.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Counsel, you may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Kassotis, or Mr. Stark, you indicated that you were a officer in the Judge Advocate General Corps, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you were in that capacity for over 10 years, right?
Roughly 10 years.
You went to Boston University College.
Yes, I did.
You went to Northeastern Law for your JD.
Yes, I did.
And then you got your LLM in cybersecurity from Georgetown, correct?
It was in national security with a emphasis in cybersecurity.
Okay. All prestigious schools, right?
Yes.
You did very well in school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a JAG officer, you indicated that you were both a defense attorney and a prosecutor during your term as an officer in the JAG?
Yes, ma'am.
Be fair to say that the Navy requires JAG officers to be very on top of your cases, right?
Absolutely.
To be careful with records, correct?
Correct.
To be careful with what you send to whom, correct?
Absolutely.
You check and double check pretty much everything, right?
Sometimes many more checks than that.
You never looked at Jim McIntyre's credentials, right?
Correct.
Now, I just want to start with some of the things that we have in evidence. I'm showing you 2.26C. This is the photograph from Home Depot. That's you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that receipt that's attached to that from November 29th of 2022, that's also you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It says your name on the receipt, correct?
I believe it does, yes.
It also says that you bought the Milwaukee Smooth Blade insulation knife on November 29th of 2022 at 8:56 a.m., correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you saw the testimony from Special Agent Bernie with the FBI, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And that showed that your vehicle, your phone, and your business record put you in the vicinity of that Home Depot, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't dispute that, do you?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, you then watched as he showed all of the different waypoints of your vehicle traveling down towards Riceboro, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't dispute that that was your car, right?
No, ma'am.
You don't dispute that that was your phone, right?
No, ma'am.
And you don't dispute that that was you in the vehicle at the time?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. You saw the records introduced concerning the 2022 Ford Explorer purchased from J.C. Lewis, correct?
Correct.
And I'm pointing to 1.19. Do you recall seeing those business records introduced here in court?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you don't dispute that you bought that car, correct?
I do not dispute that.
You don't dispute you paid cash for it?
It was a check, but yeah.
It was the full amount.
Conversationally, yeah, you paying cash rather than financing. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you bought that car under your own name, correct?
Yes.
And that purchase was
I believe it was July 27th of 2022.
right, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you bought that vehicle, that did not have a police intercept package on that vehicle, correct?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure what a police intercept package is, though.
Right. Because if it did, you would have paid extra for options, right?
Right. I mean, there were options on there that I did pay extra for. I assume that anything else would have been also additional.
Now, you also purchased
He's turned away from the jury here.
2.25C. Not this specific kit, but one that looked just like it, correct?
I believe so, ma'am.
This was a 7-piece deer processing kit, correct?
That's what it says, ma'am.
Well, you saw the business records from Bass Pro, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they indicated that you purchased that item, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't dispute that you did, correct?
No, ma'am.
And it's your testimony in court here today that you are not a hunter, correct?
That is correct.
You were not going hunting on November 29th of 2022, correct?
No, ma'am, I was not.
And just so we're clear, I'm going to show you States Exhibits 1.21, 1.22, 1.23, and 1.24. Do you recognize that car?
It looks like the same make and model car that I had.
And you don't dispute that you were down in a large wooded area on November 29th of 2022 at the time referenced in that photograph?
I don't really recall where I was, ma'am, but...
You don't recall where you were?
Right.
Okay. But just a moment ago, you said you didn't dispute that that was your path of travel that Agent Bernie displayed for the jury, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm publishing to the jury. Photograph 1.21. You saw Agent Sands testify, correct, concerning 1.117?
Yes, ma'am.
This is a Marathon gas station, correct?
I can't quite see it, but I believe so. Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is.
And there's also a business record attached there, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's from your Renaissance Bank records, correct?
I believe so, ma'am.
That was your vehicle, your card, and you that was present at the vicinity of 13689 East Oglethorpe Highway, Midway, on November 29th of 2022, correct?
I believe so, ma'am.
She keeps walking over in front of the jury.
Nobody else swiped your card, right? That was you.
I believe so, ma'am. Yes, I do not have any reason to believe that was not me.
You didn't report your car stolen, right?
No, ma'am.
Didn't report your phone stolen?
No, ma'am.
Didn't report your wallet stolen?
No, ma'am.
So all along, you've always had possession of those, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was your testimony that also you were told to turn your phone off, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you saw Agent Burney demonstrate the time gap of approximately 2 hours when your phone was off and still in the area of the Portal Hunting Club, correct?
I'm not sure where the phone was during that time, but because I believe it was turned off. But
Okay. Well, it was with you, wasn't
Right.
it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It was off, but on your person.
Or in my car.
Okay. And it's your testimony that you brought a black and a gray tote to that area, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And
No gloves.
is it your testimony that's not your tote?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
That is your tote.
No, ma'am, it is not. My testimony is that it is not my tote.
So the other one, the gray one, that's also not your tote?
I would call that the gray one, ma'am, but I believe that that is also not my tote.
Just so we're clear. My apologies.
I'll just grab them all with your hands. It's fine.
These two totes are not your totes?
That is correct.
There are two random black and gray totes that showed up on November 29th of 2022 in the vicinity of the Portal Hunting Club, and they're not yours?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
I'm not sure when they turned up, ma'am, but they are not mine. I can explain why if you would like.
You know how the process works, Mr. Kassotis.
Okay, ma'am.
Explain on redirect.
You heard the testimony that Mindy's blood was inside of those totes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you heard the testimony that there were cleansing wipes recovered in the vicinity, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And also, the knife.
Yes, ma'am.
So to your testimony, this is not the knife you purchased on November 29th, 2022 at Home Depot.
That is definitively not the knife that I purchased at Home Depot.
Did you see the cleansing wipes on the knife at the photographs at the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
To your testimony, you didn't clean this knife off, right?
That is correct, ma'am. I have never seen that knife before. It was introduced as evidence.
But this knife was clean.
This
when it
knife
was
just
found.
happened to be there in the vicinity of the same black and gray colored totes that you referenced in your interview to law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe it just happened to be there, ma'am, but it was there.
And it was your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, that you bought the deer processing kit to give to somebody as a gift?
Yes, to Mindy's younger brother, Matthew.
It was important to Mindy that you get him something he liked, right?
I believed so, but though I now have reason to question whether those messages were coming from Mindy or not.
But you don't have any reason to say otherwise other than that you're guessing, correct?
Correct.
But something so important to Mindy, you just left it at the house when you moved out, right?
I was extremely upset when I moved out, and I left a lot of things there.
So that was a yes, you left it at the house?
Yes, ma'am.
You never gave it to Matthew?
No, ma'am.
You heard testimony from Samantha, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was your third wife at the time, correct?
At the time, yes, ma'am.
You heard about the relationship leading up to you meeting her in person, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you started talking to her as early as late September 2022, correct?
I believe so, ma'am. I'm not 100% sure, but that sounds right.
Well, you saw the text messages, right?
I didn't actually look at them that closely, but if they say late September, that would be correct. It was either late September or early October. I'm not 100% sure.
Those messages were not sent by Signal, correct?
Correct.
They were sent on social media, correct?
Correct.
Those messages were sent by you, correct?
I believe so.
Well, here. Let me give you two specifically to look at, 1.95 and 1.98. Let us know when you've finished looking at them.
Take your time. For those that don't know, Jim McIntyre appears to be a fictional character the defendant may have invented to justify or explain the many crazy actions that he has taken. And he's been mentioned a lot today. We do not believe Jim McIntyre exists. Neither do the police.
I'm done, man.
Those are text messages or communications that you sent to Ms. Kolesnik, correct?
Yes.
And during those exchanges, there were several exchanges on a regular basis, correct?
Yeah.
And they started at the end of September of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately culminated with you going to see her on December 16th of 2022.
That sounds right, yes.
2 weeks after your wife was deceased.
Yes, ma'am.
But you initiated that relationship before she was dead.
I wouldn't say initiated that relationship, but we were talking, like I talked to many people online.
Well, you drove from Georgia to Missouri, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then from Missouri to Pennsylvania to go see her, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How many hours was that?
Quite a few. I'm not sure exactly.
But you weren't just talking?
No, at that point we were, we had progressed into more of a relationship, but I'm saying that that wasn't how things had started in September.
Right, but on December 16th, 15 days after you told your wife's parents she was dead, you drove to Pennsylvania from Missouri, correct?
15 days after I learned my wife was dead.
October 22nd of 2022, you told Mrs. Kolesnik, or Miss Kolesnik, on 1.95, she had an undiagnosed heart issue that was aggravated by her pregnancy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Very sudden change in the way I thought life would look, but doing my best now to figure it out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were tugging on her heartstrings, weren't you?
No, ma'am.
You weren't trying to convince her you were single and available?
No, ma'am, I was not. That was a very similar conversation to one I had with any number of people, male and female, friends.
Right, because you had a conversation going on with Joy when you thought Mindy was going to die in COVID, correct?
Correct.
So that was another woman you were chatting with that you told this jury was a woman you had a relationship with.
Correct.
While you were still married.
While I was still married, ma'am.
But this one wasn't.
No, ma'am.
1.98, you indicated on November 8th of 2022, while terrified for your life and staying in the house exclusively but to run errands, going to spend this weekend in Virginia, then New York, Bedford, Hudson Valley area, then on to New England until after Thanksgiving. So hopefully going to spend a little time poking around and seeing how a few spots feel in terms of life there. That was not true.
That was not true, ma'am.
You weren't trying to convince her to trust you?
No, ma'am.
Why make that up?
That was something we were regularly told to do. Say that we would be in different places, and then if there was a concern, it would be somewhere that we weren't.
So Jim told you what to say in each of your text messages to Samantha?
Not in each, but it was something he would generally say, tell people that you're going to be traveling for the next 2 weeks. And then if there was a concern, it would be somewhere else.
After you found out that Mindy had passed, You testified to this jury you never got a single document of any sort from the doctors, correct?
That is correct.
You just told this jury that you were a JAG officer, correct? For 10 years.
I was.
You checked every detail, right?
Yes.
Verified everything, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't get a single document at any point in any of the time after her death?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Death certificates, 1.68. They're registered with the state of Georgia. You're aware of that, right?
Left eye's going.
I am.
You never got a single copy of a document from a courthouse?
No, ma'am. I asked about it once, and I should have followed up, but I did not.
You yourself as an attorney never got a single document?
No, ma'am. I didn't have any reason to have a document, and so I failed to follow up on it.
You were on trial for murder, correct?
Ma'am, I was not.
In anticipation of today, in your testimony, you knew you were on trial for murder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't bring a single court document with you?
Well, ma'am, I believe the testimony is fairly clear that I was lied to about Mindy's death and that I did not have a document because there were no documents.
You worked for APIS Security, correct?
I believe so, ma'am.
No W-2, right?
At some point I saw a W-2, but...
But you didn't bring one?
No, ma'am. I believe there was one in Discovery, but I don't recall.
You do? You believe there was one in Discovery?
I believe so, ma'am.
Can you tell us what document that was?
I can't recall. I believe it was a tax document.
Was there a W-4?
I don't recall. I'm not sure what a W-4 is, ma'am.
An I-9?
No, ma'am.
No tax documents?
No. I-9s are for immigrations, proving that you're a citizen, so...
What about tax records? You got paid, right?
It was paid into a trust, ma'am.
So you have zero records reflecting being paid by APIS Security, correct?
Well, I have the records that you provided to me during Discovery, but...
1.84. You provided Samantha with an employment verification, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated you worked for them February 12th, 2018 to present. That was January 12th of 2023, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You never got a single paycheck?
Not paid to me, no.
So for 5 years, you worked for a company and got zero money handed to you?
Handed to me, yes, ma'am.
As one does.
You opened a bank account, correct?
I've opened... Can you be more specific, ma'am?
You opened Renaissance Bank account, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That was the account we saw the records for, ending in 141, right?
I don't know the number, but I believe so.
You signed it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You went into the bank, right?
No, ma'am.
So that's not your physical signature on there?
It is my physical signature. I believe it was scanned and emailed.
It's your testimony you opened a bank account without going into the bank?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Wow. That's not how it works. I told you it's going to be fire.
You provided Samantha with a driver's license, right?
With a photograph of one, yes.
1.86. This is the license you sent her, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing the jury 1.111, which is the same photograph, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're aware that there are no records in the state of Georgia reflecting a change of name to Stark.
I'm aware of that now, ma'am.
Well, you would have had to change your driver's license, right, sir?
Yes, I assume so.
You assume?
Delaware. This was issued January 13th, 2023, 1.112. That's you, right?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Is that a current picture of you?
That was current at the time, ma'am.
Publishing to the jury. And it's your testimony that you got one under the name Kassotis because of a glitch at the DMV?
It wasn't a glitch, ma'am.
Well, you testified that the Social Security Administration told you it would update in 24 hours your name change, right?
They said likely 24 hours, though there was a chance it would be sooner.
So sooner still, right?
I hoped it would be sooner. That's why I went back to the DMV that afternoon.
Right, but in 1.106, you went on January 4th to change your name, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's your testimony that from January 4th of 2023, some 9 days later, it still hadn't updated?
No, ma'am. So there's a difference between the court document, which you go to court to get, and then the Social Security office, which you have to go in there and bring a copy of the court document to start that updating process.
Right, but you said you went the same day as you went to the Missouri.
No, ma'am. I said I went to the Social Security office in Delaware after I returned to the Delaware area from St. Louis.
You submitted driver's licenses for Delaware, Pennsylvania, and a name change in Missouri, all within a week, approximately?
I was trying to update my driver's license, yes.
In 3 different states?
No, ma'am. I had gotten the name change in Missouri, which had been our plan from the beginning. I was splitting my time between Delaware and Pennsylvania at the time, and I had gotten one license in Delaware that was not the correct name. I was going to be spending the next part of the next week in Pennsylvania, so the next business day, it was a holiday weekend. It was Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I went on that Tuesday into a DMV in Pennsylvania, and I got a license with what is now my legal name.
You remember it was a Tuesday, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't know your wife's doctor's name?
I was never given her doctor's name.
You didn't ask?
Ma'am, she wanted...
I asked you a question, sir.
No,
did you ask?
I did not ask.
She was 8 months pregnant, you said, correct?
Correct.
You never visited her at the hospital?
Yeah, I was told not to.
And you listened?
Yes, ma'am.
First child, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Desperately wanted kids.
I wouldn't say desperately wanted kids, but I wanted kids.
You'd been trying since Heather, right?
Yes. Well,
how many years was that?
You know, Mindy and I didn't start trying to have kids immediately, but...
Well, you testified there was a miscarriage in the middle, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That miscarriage was in, July of 2021.
She's good.
So for years, you had been trying to get pregnant.
Yes, ma'am.
And your wife was finally 8 months pregnant and terribly ill, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I believe so.
And you never went to see her?
No, ma'am. I was talking to her and checking on her, but I did not physically go there because I did not think it was safe to.
Well, just in your testimony earlier, you said texting, not talking.
Yes, ma'am. I use them interchangeably. I'll be more clear.
You never spoke to her?
No, ma'am. I tried to multiple times, but we couldn't get a good enough signal to have a conversation.
And when you couldn't get her, you didn't go see her?
No, ma'am.
You're an attorney at the time of all of this, correct?
I don't believe I was at that time. No, ma'am.
I mean, you don't forget how to be a lawyer, do you?
No, ma'am. I hope not.
Right? So when you filled out this paperwork
That left eye is
for the
going.
Missouri change of name, you indicated that you did not owe anybody any judgments.
That was my understanding. Yes, ma'am.
That there were no cases requesting money pending against you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yet you stood in a court of law in front of a judge who told you when to be back to settle what was owed to Miss Thomas, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't go?
I didn't go because I believed that was already settled.
You're an attorney at the time, right?
Yes, ma'am. At that time, I absolutely was.
You know if you don't show up to court, what happens?
They would, if I still had a hearing there, if I had not paid that money, I would have been held in contempt.
You called Heather to confirm she got paid?
I did not, ma'am. And nor did she call me, nor did she come to the house that we had shared that I continued living in for 9 months afterwards.
You had been exchanging a series of emails back and forth with Heather for days leading up to that court hearing, correct?
I don't believe I had. No, ma'am.
It's your testimony you didn't.
No, ma'am.
Look at her. She's like, oh, yeah.
Miss Thomas was following you repeatedly to the point that you thought that she was actually potentially one of the people causing you trouble.
Yes, ma'am.
But you think she just evaporated?
Because I believed she had gotten the money that she wanted.
Then tell us why she would be a danger to you.
At that point, I no longer believed that she was a danger to me.
When was that?
That was shortly around the time that I believed the payment had been made to her, and she stopped contacting me altogether. Never came by the house, never called my phone.
But you just told this jury that Jim McIntyre was looking into it for you.
He was, and he said that he had determined that Heather was not involved and that he had wired the funds.
Let's talk about your marriage license. The application, 1.92.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
You listed people that are not your parents, correct?
At the time, I believed them to be my parents.
They're sitting in this courtroom now, right?
Yes, my parents are.
You don't disbelieve that Linda and Wayne Kassotis are your parents?
Not anymore, no ma'am.
I've seen the light.
And with all due respect to your father sitting here, that's the man you moved 100+ times because you were afraid of?
I wouldn't say 100+ times, but yes, ma'am. We moved probably 50 times because I was terrified.
Well, the 2 times that you just talked in direct testimony, you said 15 to 25 times twice, and then moved countless other times, correct?
I wouldn't say countless other times, ma'am.
Well, your recollection was every time you moved a week, right? You could tell this jury when you were in each different place, correct?
Yeah. I have because we move so often, it's actually pretty easy for me mentally to remember where we were when,
I have a
because
photographic memory.
oftentimes we were only in a place for 2 days, so if you remember the 4th of July happened while you were in that house, you know when you were there.
Wow.
But you don't remember your wife's doctor.
No, ma'am.
Let's just be clear, 2.32. This is Mindy, right?
Absolutely, ma'am.
I believe he has a photographic memory.
During your interview with law enforcement, you didn't even ask what happened to her.
I did ask, ma'am. During the first interview, I asked what happened to Mindy, and Mr. Sands told me that at this time he did not believe that I presume you, the district attorney, wanted to make that information public.
You didn't ask about your baby either, did you?
No, ma'am.
Not once. In 2 hours and 10 minutes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And not once in almost 2 hours in Liberty County, correct?
Well, ma'am, in Liberty County, as you all saw, was the time I was told that Mindy had not been pregnant when she died.
Until they told you, you didn't ask about the baby either, right?
No, ma'am.
You told your in-laws that your wife died December 1st of 2022, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Immediately after I was told, I went back to the house and told them.
And then the next day you went and got your car washed? Or was that the same day? I'm showing 1.110.
I don't recall what day that was, ma'am.
Well, that is your car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So after you found out your wife was dead, you went to the car wash. Is that right?
Apparently, ma'am.
Well, that is your bank record, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, at some point I went and got my car washed. I don't recall getting my car washed, but I may have. It appears I did.
You did.
And you went and picked up some beer, right?
Yes, ma'am. I was drinking probably a scary amount at this point.
During your direct examination, I didn't hear any reference to 2.44 or 2.43, the rug, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
You don't dispute that this rug is the one you left the house with, 2.44?
No, ma'am. That looks right.
And 2.43 is what was there when you got there?
I believe so, ma'am.
And you replaced these because you said Rusty threw up on it?
Yes, he always had kind of a stomach that was sensitive to eating too much, and he was known to beg for food. So sometimes Betsy and Frank would overeat him, and he would get sick.
Betsy and
You
Frank.
didn't just clean the rug?
No, ma'am. Mindy had put it in a plastic bag and stuck it out back because it smelled, and by the time I had time to try to clean it, 2 days had passed, and the entire thing smelled absolutely awful.
Had nothing to do with the blood that was underneath the rug, right?
There was no blood underneath the rug.
Well, you saw the photographs here, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your testimony that law enforcement somehow put Blue Star on the floor of that house?
Ma'am, I have no idea what blood that is or when it was there, and unfortunately, law enforcement never tested that.
Right. And so the blood on the futon that was Mindy's?
I have no idea how that blood got there, ma'am.
Okay.
I didn't spend a lot of time in that room, so...
You lived in the house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There are a lot of
It was
mosquitoes
also
in that
your
room.
testimony that initially Jim was an FBI agent, right?
I believed he was for, gosh, 2 years? Over 2 years?
And at some point you determined that he was not, correct?
Yes.
You didn't move after you figured that out, right?
No, as I testified, we had a big argument about whether or not we should, stop dealing with him altogether.
You also didn't move after your father and uncle showed up at your house, right?
That is correct.
You were moving hundreds, or at least, my apologies, at least 50 times,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. Yes, at least 50 times, definitely.
Over 7 years, correct?
Yeah.
How long was it?
I have 5 years? Yeah.
5 years. So over 5 years, you kept moving because that man was your threat.
Yes, ma'am.
And when he showed up at your door with your uncle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't move.
No, ma'am. I asked to.
So at this point, you actually knew he knew where you were.
Yes, ma'am.
You ran out the back.
After I talked to Jim, yes, I departed via the back of the house.
Right. You said you called Jim, didn't you?
Yes, on Signal. But you can make voice calls or I believe even video calls now through Signal.
But yet when law enforcement spoke to you the first time in Pennsylvania, you said he just showed up. Right?
No, ma'am.
Law enforcement specifically asked you, how did Jim know where to find you? And you said he just showed up.
No, ma'am. I said it didn't take him long to get there, which I thought clearly indicated that I had contacted him. But apparently there was some confusion on Mr. Sand's part. He then later said that I was clearly asked that twice, and I've listened to that interview about 40 times, and I have never heard it asked even once, clearly.
Listened to it 40 times.
You've had access to all this material, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew what the state's case was, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
No documents here with you today.
No, ma'am.
You indicated at some point that it was very important for you to figure out who of Mindy's friends would need to know, correct?
Absolutely, ma'am.
And you reached out to each of them, correct?
I did.
It's your testimony you had no idea that Mr. Frank and Mrs. Betsy thought you were dead?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So I'm showing you 1.87 and 1.88. We'll take a look at them.
The man they keep showing is his dad. That's his
You've
dad
seen
right
them
there.
before, right?
Yes, ma'am, I saw them when they were provided in Discovery.
Did you see the email address on that?
Lighter blue is dad, sorry. The other
I
one
do,
was the
ma'am.
uncle.
Yes.
You're correct.
That's APIS Limited, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be the same address that you claimed was Jim McIntyre, correct?
I believe he had an APIS, but I'm not sure that I did not regularly email with him personally, so I believe at some point I saw an APIS Limited address for him as he was reaching out to Frank and Betsy, but...
Well, you just told the jury you worked for APIS Limited, right?
Yes, ma'am. I believe so.
You got that employment verification from Marcus Jones at APIS Limited, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you believed you were working for Jim McIntyre, right?
Absolutely, ma'am.
That he was preserving all of your funds in a trust, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you bring the trust documents here?
No, ma'am.
In order to start a trust, Mr. Kassotis, as an attorney, you know that there are actual documents you need to sign, right?
Absolutely, ma'am.
You never preserved any of those?
At some point, I lost them. I don't know exactly when. but I had them and I provided them to Miss Thomas on at least one occasion.
Actually, when you went to court, you didn't provide the court with anything, did you?
I don't believe I was asked to.
That would be a no?
Yes, ma'am. That would be a no.
But you told the court you had $32 million.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Did you ever ask Jim to show you a copy of the check that he sent to Heather or the wire to pay her off?
Absolutely. I saw bank records showing a wire transaction to her.
And you saved all those?
No, ma'am. I believe I've been pretty clear about that.
Well, Heather was all but, from your description, stalking you for the money, right?
She was energetically looking for it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So energetically looking for it, you didn't think it was important to hold on to a copy of those?
No, ma'am. As I said, I stayed in that house for another 9 months. The house that Heather and I had shared when we were married, and never heard from her. She never stopped by. She never called my phone. I assumed that that was over and done with.
At that point, you had moved and changed your name and your driver's licenses in 2 additional states, correct?
No, ma'am. This is years before that.
Okay. Now,
That's Dad right there, light blue.
initially, I believe you told us that you contacted the FBI, and that's when Jim showed up, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I recall correctly, what you said was
Somewhere on their website.
you were very happy because normally you don't get any traction on a case like this.
Yes, ma'am. That was my fear.
But then Jim McIntyre, according to your testimony, spent the next 2 years acting as your basically personal assistant, social media provider, financial advisor, and
listening.
Microsoft purveyor, correct?
She's been watching.
I'm not sure I would use all of those, but he was somebody that we were dealing with very closely throughout all of this.
Uber driver,
You
tour
thought
guide,
that an
travel agent.
FBI agent just decided to take you on with a case you didn't think that he was actually even going to investigate?
I had been worried that he wouldn't investigate it. I was very happy that it was being taken so seriously.
And it's your testimony to this jury that after 10 years in the JAG, you believed he was an FBI agent.
Absolutely. And I've dealt with law enforcement, both the state, the local, and federal law enforcement extensively. There was nothing that concerned me at that time.
The story was rock solid.
So let me make sure I get this straight. Initially, you thought that the risk, based on your testimony, was because of the Washington Post article.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Then you thought it was Wayne, correct?
No, ma'am. Then we started looking at others. We looked at
Bailiff's ties.
an ex-boyfriend of Mindy's, Heather, my ex-wife. Then we looked at a former boss of Angela's who had tried to assault Mindy. He was a very kind of rich and powerful man. And then...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
And it wasn't until after we had exhausted those leads that he started looking at our immediate families.
So when Jim McIntyre, you determined, did not work for the FBI, he promptly told you how he knew to come and see you and Mindy, right?
No, ma'am. And that is one of the things I've thought about extensively over the last 27 months as this case has gone on, that as to how he entered our life, I never followed up. And there are, frankly, a lot of mistakes I've made over the last 7 years of my life that I spend a lot of time thinking about.
There's some
He
truth.
just showed up at your house and said he was the FBI.
Yes, ma'am.
You heard testimony about Cameron Nelson's credit card, the Capital One card, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's your testimony that all of those charges were being made by Jim McIntyre?
The majority of them, not all of them.
The Uber Eats purchases that came to the house in Savannah, those are done by Jim McIntyre?
We were never in Savannah while we were using, well, anything was being charged to Cameron's card.
Are you sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So those were
and all of
Jim's
those
Uber
transactions, the Uber car rentals, were those Jim McIntyre too?
The Uber car rentals?
Yeah, Uber.
driver.
I don't know anything about those, ma'am.
You never took an Uber on a credit card?
I have taken Ubers before. I have never, during this time, I never took an Uber, no.
So if the bank records show you taking Ubers and going places, that wasn't you?
That was not me, correct.
Oh, we have proof of Jim, finally.
Okay.
Jim's
You have an Uber app on your phone, correct?
I do now, yes.
So it's your testimony you never had an Uber app on your phone in 2022?
In 2022, I did. I'm sorry, I thought we were talking about Miss Nelson's credit card. Are
I
you
asked-
talking about my bank records or Miss Nelson's? I'm just not clear.
I'm talking about your bank records.
Oh, okay, yes. My bank records, yes. There were times I took an Uber.
But you told this jury you were afraid to leave the house, right?
Yes, ma'am. Every time I went out, it was scary.
But you fought through the fear and jumped in an Uber?
If I had things that needed to be done, then yes. I thought it was my job to take care of those things.
You didn't call Jim and say, hey, Jim, I need a ride. Get me to this location. You're my security detail?
No, ma'am. Sometimes he would drive me places, but for regular errands, no. That was something that I dealt with. Either I had Mr. Frank Mebane drive me, or I would call an Uber.
Right, because on November 29th, you clearly went to Home Depot by yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am. At that point, I had a car, so I was not taking Ubers anywhere.
And it's your testimony to this jury that you never paid Jim McIntyre 1 penny. For how many years of service to you?
I believed that we were both benefiting from this.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you if you paid him.
No, I did not.
So in all of the years that he worked with you, you never paid him.
No, ma'am.
But he's got my $32 million.
And it was your testimony you met Frank first, or rather, you met Jim first in Virginia, correct?
Yes, Alexandria, Virginia.
And then he followed you to what state next?
We saw him multiple times in Virginia. Then later we saw him in South Carolina and in Georgia.
And then you said you didn't see him much.
Yeah, I believe I only saw him once, maybe twice when I was in Delaware.
Okay. It was your testimony to law enforcement, or your statement, I should say, to be clear, that Jim McIntyre handled your finances the entire time.
Yes, ma'am.
That included setting up all of your Airbnbs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Except the one in Savannah, because you bought that one, right?
Yes, ma'am. And there were two at the very beginning, one in Alexandria and one in Charlottesville that I set up personally.
Well, and don't forget the one in Hilton Head that you got for Frank and Betsy afterwards in your name too, right?
Yeah, that wasn't an Airbnb, but correct. I did set up that rental.
In the name Kassotis, right?
Yes, ma'am.
While you were still afraid that people were coming after you, and your wife now was already dead,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're still using your name Kassotis.
That was my legal name at the time. Yes, ma'am.
And you said when you got the $300,000 from Sony, you didn't pay Cameron, right?
Correct, ma'am.
You didn't pay Heather, right? You thought that was paid,
I thought that was paid, ma'am.
right?
Didn't pay Jim.
At that point, that money was the money you and Mindy were living on, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Jim McIntyre didn't control that money, correct?
No, he did not. He said he was monitoring it and taking actions to prevent it, but he did not control that money.
So you did have $300,000 to your disposal, at least on June of 2022.
Absolutely. That was a non-negotiable point for us, was that we get to control our own money.
Jim, you can't keep this money. You can have the $32 million, but this $300,000 is
Now,
ours.
you talked about mosquitoes, right?
Absolutely, ma'am.
When you had problems with mosquitoes, that was when you first moved in, right?
It had started when we first moved in, but it got worse in, I want to say, mid-August.
Can you tell the jury how expensive the Airbnb was? How much did that cost?
I think it cost about $4,500 a month, but I could be mistaken.
You called the owner, right, to get her to fix the mosquito problem?
No, ma'am.
You decided to fix that yourself?
Yes, ma'am. This was a rule that we had had for several years.
At $4,500 a month, you took on handyman jobs?
Absolutely, ma'am.
It was also your testimony that Mr. Frank and Mrs. Betsy left the residence the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they returned on that Sunday?
Yes, ma'am. That is the best of my recollection, but I'm pretty certain about it.
Well, you testified under oath to that,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So if you weren't sure, you would have told us that,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
There's also your testimony that your wife went into the hospital on Saturday, that weekend, correct?
I believe it was Saturday. There's a slight chance it could have been Friday, but I've thought about this a lot. I'm relatively certain it was Saturday.
Well, you just, again, testified under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
It was Saturday.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't give us an equivocation earlier,
Yes,
did you?
ma'am. No, ma'am, I did not.
And you said it was Saturday, correct?
Yes.
And you said that her parents came back on Sunday,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
You never told them what hospital, right?
No, ma'am. I don't believe they asked either.
And then it was your testimony that you talked to Mindy Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, correct?
I believed I talked to Mindy.
Okay. So that was a yes.
Yes, ma'am. I am uncertain. I think I've been pretty clear that I don't know if it was Mindy or not. It was a message from Mindy's Signal account.
But you could have called her on the Signal account, right?
As I said, I tried to call her, but she didn't have a good enough signal where she was, so we couldn't hear each other.
But you never talked to her after she went in, so how would you know that?
As I said, I tried to call her, and when we could not verbally talk, we messaged each other via Signal.
And then you went to pick her up on December 1st, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You heard testimony from Dr. Mondor that on December 1st, she was already dead, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You have no reason to disbelieve Dr. Mondor's estimation, do you?
I do not, ma'am, no. Which is why I have said I do not think I was talking to Mindy for most of that week.
And when you went to the birthing center and they told you that Mindy had passed, you didn't see Mindy, correct?
Correct, ma'am. I asked to, and I was told I was not able to at that time.
You never once referenced the baby during your direct examination when you talked to the doctor.
Well, ma'am, at this point, I'd learned roughly a little over 2 years ago that there was no baby.
We didn't mention it to law enforcement either when they first approached you.
No, ma'am. I guess I did not. I believe we talked about the pregnancy quite a bit, but not specifically the baby.
Not on the first interview, Mr. Kassotis. You didn't.
Yeah, I'm relatively certain we talked quite a bit about how Mindy was pregnant and where I thought she was. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you went to pick up your wife's ashes, you indicated that was in Alabama?
Yes, ma'am. Montgomery, Alabama.
And you gave him $5,000 cash?
Yes, ma'am.
No paperwork?
No, ma'am.
No name?
I'm sorry, no name?
He didn't give you his name?
He might have, ma'am. I'm not sure. I don't remember. It was a very brief meeting.
You received your wife's ashes on the side of the road, and you didn't get the man's name?
No, ma'am. I was pretty angry at him.
You're an attorney at the time, right?
No, ma'am.
You weren't a lawyer at that time?
No, ma'am. I was not licensed at that time.
Well, you had put your license on hold, essentially, right?
Yeah, I had I had given up my Virginia license, but Massachusetts allows you to retire your license, and then if you want to turn it back on later, you just have to pay as if you were an active lawyer for all the years in between. So I am still, to this day, a retired attorney in Massachusetts.
But you didn't forget how to be a lawyer, is my point.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And receiving your wife's ashes on the side of the road in Alabama for $5,000 cash, you didn't think you needed any documents as an attorney?
No, ma'am. I was pretty angry about the entire exchange.
That was a no, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
And I just want to make sure I understand, your car burst into flames in the condition we saw it in this courtroom on your way to purchase a house.
Yes, ma'am.
And you never bought the house.
No, ma'am.
That's a real estate transaction, correct?
That is a real estate transaction, yes, ma'am.
Those require written documents, correct?
Absolutely, ma'am.
You lost $50,000, you said, right?
I did, ma'am.
You have no records of that?
Ma'am, you have all my banking records. You can see the EMD coming right out of it.
Right. And your testimony is you don't have a record reflecting anything concerning that transaction that day?
Ma'am, you have all of my electronics, and that's how all these documents were. They were e-signed.
Well, actually, withdrawn. You never bought the house, right?
Correct, ma'am.
Because you had a check for $860,000, I believe you said, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That you said burnt up, right?
Along with parts of me, ma'am.
And when Investigator Frost said to you, what was so important that was in the car that you opened the door? Do you recall that?
It was my phone, ma'am.
Not the check for $860,000.
No, ma'am. In that moment, all I was trying to do was call for help.
You didn't care about a check for $860,000?
I absolutely cared about a check for $860,000. At that moment, I was trying to call for help. I did not realize that my car was about to burst into flames.
Detective Frost had to tell you about the check, didn't he?
No, ma'am. I remembered the check. I thought we were talking about something else.
I just want to make sure I confirm something. The police report against your father for the name change in Missouri,
Yes, ma'am.
that was September 30th of 2022, the incident, correct?
I believe so, ma'am. Yes.
When you are a victim of domestic violence, as alleged, that allows you to seal the name change, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If you had not had a police report reflecting the need to seal it being domestic violence, you couldn't have gotten it sealed, right?
Well, ma'am, I thought there were many other reports at this time, but yes, I did rely on that one when I got it sealed. Yes, ma'am.
You submitted it, right?
Absolutely. Along with my medical records, I believe, from the assault in Virginia.
And Mr. Kassotis, when you received Mindy's remains, you had testified that it was so important to you and Mrs. Mevin to figure out who would want to be notified, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You promptly called them to schedule them to be present when you distributed her ashes, right?
No, ma'am.
Hang on just one moment.
Could have been one slight misstep there on the computer records issue. You started to do something and then stopped. Might have been opening the door to something they didn't want to get into. I don't know, or maybe something that's been ordered not to come in.
Mr. Kassotis, in anticipation of today's date, you located Mr. McIntyre, right?
No, ma'am.
So you've been talking to him basically on and off since what, 2017?
I started talking to him in fall of 2017, I believe, and we last spoke in, I want to say, mid-April of 2023.
And the records for Apis Limited, you subpoenaed those records in anticipation of court, correct?
No, ma'am.
You know what a subpoena is as an attorney, right, sir?
I do, ma'am.
And you knew that Mr. McIntyre was a majority investor, I think is the phrasing that you used, right?
That was what I believed, ma'am.
You hired a private investigator to find him?
No, ma'am. I hoped the state would do that, but y'all didn't really care that much.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike. It's argumentative.
Let me see y'all's bench.
Y'all didn't really care that much. You weren't buying my story. Sony bought it. Why can't you? How's he doing? How's he doing on the stand? He has an answer for everything. He's never been a loss for words. He's pouring himself some more water.
One moment. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Wow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. This one's going to be very quick. So if you go out with the bailiff, we'll have you in back in just a few minutes.
Bailiff with a nice tie comes forward. Thank you, Bite Me. Might have some redirect here. This is a very short break, apparently. We won't go anywhere. We still have closings. We still have jury instructions.
All right, everyone just remain seated, and this won't be but a second.
Not sure what sort of break this would be, other than a quick tinkle. Yes, I do make slurping noises for people who drink on screen. People are leaving.
Sorry, I messed up your order again.
The end was too weak. It was sort of a weak closing. It's always bad when he gets the final word. He's awfully thirsty. We're going to need some more water up on the witness stand. I've heard that lying makes your mouth really dry. Probably unrelated. Quickly, I think, surprise, we've located Jim McIntyre. He's the next witness. Just kidding. That's not going to happen. We could have some redirect now, possibly. It is possible, jury's coming back in. It is possible that every time he looks over at the jury, they're not buying it. Like visually, you can see from their face, they're like, you know, they've got that look, and that's why he's not maintaining eye contact. Man, wow, lots of drinking. Gonna need another cup here in a minute. Oh, wow. Testimony didn't sway me either way. To be fair, Jim is the current witness. On my way to the courthouse now, says Jim. Deep stress dries up your mouth. But you fought back the fear and hopped into an Uber. That was a great line. Yeah, the timing could have been better on my part, John. I see that. It's only 2 o'clock right now. Mr. Weinstein's writing notes like he's going to do some redirect. Oh, look. You're doing great. Doing great. Little show of support there. He's got some family support. I don't know if the family believes him, Vicky, but the family is supporting him. Meanwhile, the other side of the courtroom is not. Josh says prosecutor gets a B- on her questioning and don't like the ending there. Coming back in. He is blaming them, but he was led astray. He was a victim just like them. Right? It's that Jim guy. Jim led us all astray. A little pause here. What's the holdup? Give me a second. I have to replay it.
Why do you believe these are not your totes? Are not your totes?
We had our totes for years.
Why
we
do you
moved
believe
with
these are not
them
your totes?
over 50 times probably. They were outside in the back of a truck, sometimes getting rained on. The stickers look pretty new on the sides. I understand it's kind of hard to tell because these have been, I think, dusted for and had something applied to them. But these stickers look pretty new, and we didn't even have stickers left on ours anymore.
You stated that the Milwaukee knife that was shown by the prosecutor is definitely not the knife that you bought. How are you so definitive about that?
Because I saw that knife in Pennsylvania, the Milwaukee knife that I purchased.
When you began to communicate with Samantha, you did not use Signal, correct?
Correct, sir.
Why didn't you use Signal to communicate with Samantha when you used Signal to communicate with everybody else?
I use Signal to communicate with people in my life who really knew me and who I was, frankly, knew more where I was, what I was dealing with. People I was making what I viewed as small talk with, I did not use Signal.
How did you communicate with Samantha?
We initially spoke via Twitter direct message, and then later spoke via WhatsApp.
Did you Twitter direct message with anyone else other than Sam?
Absolutely.
And I believe you said WhatsApp. Did you use WhatsApp with anyone other than Samantha?
Yes, though not as many people. WhatsApp is another encrypted messaging app. I believe it's owned by Facebook. So most people I spoke with off of there, or I spoke to on WhatsApp, would also have been people I spoke to on Signal. So, But there were, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 people somewhere in there that I spoke to on WhatsApp.
The prosecutor brought up that you did not receive any paychecks from APIS Security, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you get paid from APIS Security?
My understanding was that the payments were going into a trust until such time that it was safe for us to receive the money.
Renaissance Bank, you say you did not go into the bank to open that account.
That is correct.
How did you open that account without going into the bank?
I was given the name of I believe his name is David Anderson. He's a manager at the Dunwoody. I don't know where Dunwoody is. I think it's up by Atlanta. The Dunwoody branch of the Renaissance Bank. He dealt with a friend of mine, and she said that he would be somebody to help. I needed a bank account, and he was nice enough to do it. I had to send him my identification, the signature form, but he set it up over the phone. Later, I went into Renaissance Bank multiple times, but in different branches. But I've actually never met Mr. Anderson.
His head is on a swivel.
I never made it to Atlanta.
When did your name change become official in Missouri?
January 4th, 2023.
Where did you go into Social Security in order to have Social Security change your name?
Wilmington, Delaware.
And when did you do that in Delaware?
About a week later. We were just talking about the dates. It was the date I got my Delaware driver's license, but I forget. It was roughly a week later.
So just to clarify, the same day or a different day in Delaware? You went to Social Security?
I went to Social Security and DMV on the same day in Delaware. It was the end of a week. I believe it was a Friday.
Went to 2 DMVs, right?
Why didn't you go see your wife when she was in the hospital and she was 8 months pregnant?
I was talking to her. I didn't think there was any reason that I would not be seeing her shortly, and I thought that it was safer not to.
I'm trying to understand what you mean when you say you were talking to her.
I was messaging with her on Signal. Again, at this point, it seems like I was not talking to her, but at the time, I assumed I was. Everything seemed fine.
Okay. Your court date with Heather in Virginia was in January of 2019. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How much longer did you remain in the marital house that you had previously had with Heather after that January 2019 court date?
Until late October 2019. I don't recall the exact date, but I remember that it was during the World Series because it was a big deal in the area. The Nationals were in it.
As far as you are aware, did Heather know that you were
details.
still in that house?
As far as I'm aware, yes, she did.
And did you ever see her come by that house after January of 2019?
Never once, and we had a camera looking at the driveway in the front of the house.
If you're having audio issues, close YouTube and open it back up. Come right back. We'll fix it.
We heard that you did not move when your father, Wayne, showed up at your house in Savannah, correct?
That is correct.
Why didn't you move?
We spoke to Mr. McIntyre about it. I wanted to leave, roughly 5 minutes after I saw him. He said that we had to calm down and think about things. He said that whatever the leak was, it was related to one of the delivery services because he had come to the address in Savannah, which was not an address we received mail at. We would sometimes get packages from Amazon, but never mail. Our mail went either to Atlanta or to Florida. So he said since he came there, it was a delivery address for an online service, either a DoorDash or an Uber Eats, something like that, maybe Instacart. He said that we were going to change what we did. We were going to change our rules on how we lived physically, and that I was going to have to go out more afterwards, which didn't really please me, but to pick up food, to do grocery shopping, to pick up meals for us.
Did you make any changes around that house after your father showed up?
Absolutely.
What changes did you make?
For roughly 2 months, we were not allowed to park in the driveway. We were forced, both me and Mindy and Frank and Betsy were forced to park our cars down the road. When I went in and out, I had to go out through the back, walk all the way around the block to my car so it wouldn't appear that I was coming from the house. We kept all the shades facing the house or the street drawn at all times. we were not allowed to turn on extra lights other than the lights that were on that morning. There was one on in the kitchen, so anything facing the front of the house, we had nothing else. We were all living in very dim, through some very dim nights. Mr. Frank III was told that he had to leave that his car had to leave the house between, I believe, about 1 and 3 every day. That they did not want the car in the area, which meant that he was not around during those times. He could have, I guess, driven somewhere and then walked back, but he was in a lot of pain from his hip at the time.
You made him drive away.
The bathroom on the far side of the house, where we had the laundry, it was the little addition that kind of jutted out. We were not allowed to use the washer or the dryer after 8 o'clock at night. And if he went in there at night, he had to use his phone. He was not allowed to turn on the lights.
Who is he?
I'm sorry. He is Frank III, Mr. Medvin. That was the bathroom he tended to use most because of his hip. It had a little bit more room for him.
Jim had all these rules.
You testified that you have a college degree.
Yes, sir.
You have 3 years of law school for a JD.
Yes, sir.
You have 2 years of an LLM degree, a master's in law.
Yes, sir.
Why were you so convinced that Jim McIntyre was FBI?
I've asked myself that a million times, sir, and I believed him. I saw no reason to believe him. You know, it never occurred to me that after Mindy and I put online reports to the FBI that anyone else would show up at our house other than somebody trying to help. If anybody showed up. I mean, my real concern was nobody was going to come and we were going to be dealing with this on our own. But
we heard that you never paid Jim McIntyre.
That is correct. Yep.
Why not?
Well, for the first 2 years, I believed it was his job to protect us, and after that, when we talked about our relationship, I believed that there was a dual incentive there. That he was, he gained in having me working for him, and things were going well on that front, and I gained in him helping us out. I thought it was mutually beneficial.
And I'm sorry to jump around.
That's okay.
Why did you perform your own maintenance in these Airbnbs that you were paying so much money for?
Yeah, when we arrived in Hilton Head it was right before Christmas of 2019.
No, you can only leave
the next
tip.
day. When we arrived, the internet didn't work, and we let the rental company know via Mr. McIntyre. He got back to us and said, "Okay, somebody's going to come out today." And while I was in the process of walking this gentleman through the house, I fell down a basically 20-foot flight of stairs. I was wearing socks. It was polished wood. Not my brightest moment. But Mindy was terrified that this gentleman who had come into our house had pushed me down the flight of stairs. And after that, we were told, "You do your own maintenance. You don't call anybody. We don't want to risk something like that happening." So throughout our time in Hilton Head, when we had issues, when even long afterwards, when I was in Pennsylvania and a house would have some sort of maintenance issue, it was just something that I got into the habit of taking care of myself. The only exception was things that had to happen outside of the house. So there was once or twice that an HVAC froze up on us in the summer, and since that didn't involve anybody coming into the house, he said in those cases it was okay to have somebody outside doing that work.
What did you do with Mindy's ashes after you got them in Alabama?
Initially, nothing. I held on to them, and then following the time where I stopped hearing from Frank and Betsy, and I was very concerned about that, I realized I wasn't really sure when there was going to be some sort of a remembrance ceremony, and if that happened down the road, the scattering of the ashes wasn't something that I felt had to happen there, and I didn't want her to, be driving around in my car, basically. So I took them to Havre de Grace, Maryland. It is the mouth. It's considered not the mouth. It's considered the head of the Chesapeake Bay. The Chesapeake Bay was a place that Mindy loved, that she talked about all the time. And I scattered her ashes there, and I took her engagement ring and her wedding band and my wedding band and kind of tied them together with a twist, and I put them in the water as well.
Were those in fact her ashes?
They were not, sir.
How do you know they were not?
I've been told that her remains were found elsewhere. I had that realization during my first interview with Mr. Sands.
You're a fiction writer.
Yes, sir.
You make up stories?
When I write, yes, sir.
Only when I write.
How do we know the story is that you're telling today is not fiction?
Absolutely.
That you have not made this up?
Yes, sir. Absolutely everything we did for 5 years makes absolutely no sense absent somebody telling us to do it. From the very large settlement I was willing to voluntarily give Heather, which would make no sense if I didn't believe I had $32 million coming in, to staying in the house at a time where the state says that I knew that I was on the run. Like I had absolutely no idea. I lived in that house for another 9 months. I never saw any sign that, that there was any issue with Heather, to putting a $50,000 EMD on a house that I believed that there was money coming to buy. I mean, I don't know how many of you have ever been to Lancaster, Pennsylvania, but you could probably rent a very nice house there for 2-3 years with $50,000.
As you sit here today, do you think that there was a person named Jim McIntyre?
I do not believe that was his name, no.
Was it Nick?
How does that make you feel?
Angry, betrayed, frankly dumb.
Do you know who killed your wife, Mindy Kassotis?
I do not.
I have no further questions.
Recross.
I just have one question. You indicated that at some point you put a camera in after the incident with your father, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In Savannah. Let me be
Yes,
clear.
yes, ma'am.
And that camera was pointed towards the road, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that camera did not record.
I'm not sure, but I don't remember it recording.
Well, you told law enforcement in the interview it didn't record.
Yeah, that is my understanding.
No,
Or that was my understanding at the time. It's been several years since I saw that camera last. So.
But you saw the interview.
Yes, ma'am. Yep. I believe my memory was fresher then, and so.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Sir, you can step down.
Thank you, sir.
Take your water with you.
All right, Mr. Weinstein, any further evidence?
No, Your Honor.
Defense rests?
Defense rests.
Anything in rebuttal from the state?
Boom. It's time for a poll.
No, Your Honor.
All right, so the evidence closes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need you to step out for just a minute. There's some things that I need to discuss with counsel before we go further. All right, the jury's out. We'll be in recess. I do need to see the attorneys at the bench. I don't need to see the defendant.
How'd I do, guys? How'd I do? We've got a poll up right now. The question is Nicholas Kassotis guilty of killing and dismembering his wife, Mandy? Answers are yes, no. On the third option is only Jim McIntyre knows. Yes is winning. Yes is winning right now. Did I spell her name wrong? I was supposed to say Mindy. I'm sorry. I wrote Mandy. It should be Mindy. I was trying very hard not to put a Y on the end of it because it's two I's in it, and instead I said Mandy. So I apologize for the error. Her name is Mindy, but I think it's Mindi. That's my understanding. My mistake. Ian Runkle, following this case on Twitter, is saying some funny stuff. The jury has a question, says Ian. If we come back with the verdict too quickly, do we still get our parking validated? Ian's got some great comments on this one. I lose a point for spelling. Thank you. Okay, we're going to hurry and close the poll out because it does have poor spelling on it. I do apologize for that. He's in custody but no shackles. Correct. Every state does it differently. And we've had knives in the courtroom, and he's not restrained in any way. But that's how they do it. You believe my mistakes. Thank you, Eileen. Oh man. All right. You've had time to vote. We have right now, looks like 700 votes. So we're going to go ahead and end that right now. If you have voted, just click the like button to indicate you've voted. That would be good to track there. Looks like I can put this in chat as well. Hang on. The results are as follows. Is Nicholas Kassotis guilty of killing his wife, Mindy? Yes, 86%. Only Jim McIntyre knows, 11%. And no, 2 people accidentally clicked on no. Or 2% did out of 703. I think the people that clicked no are protesting the spelling of the wife's name, and that would be actually correct. Mindy instead of Mandy. I think he did it. I'm not sure it was proven. Is that it? Christine, no, it's not over. As a matter of fact, some of the best part is still to come, where with the closings that the jury's going to hear, both sides get to make closing arguments. And the way these differ from the rest of the trial, the opening, the prosecution and the defense will tell you what they expect you to hear during the case. The evidence will show that Mr. Kassotis bought a Ford Explorer. You know, that's what the opening is. The evidence will show this, and they will try to lay out their case that way. In the closing, it is an argument. It is not evidence. As a matter of fact, if the jury is allowed to take notes, they're usually told you cannot take notes on this. Put your notebooks down under your desks, under your chairs, and just listen. It is not evidence, not to be considered as evidence, but you get to hear each side put all the pieces, the evidence that you've heard throughout the trial, together into one story and argue one more time for their cause. A lot of times this will connect some dots, some questions that were just sort of hanging out there. They'll sort of fill in that and put it into one cohesive bundle, and it can be amazing. We have seen some absolutely incredible closings, and I expect that from the prosecution this time. In the closings, they can call him a lying liar who lies. We saw that with an appeal one time. Jim McIntyre voted no. If I ever have a mutiny on my hands, at the hands of the moderators, it will be because of the gambling in chat, which honestly I've got to find a way to make it less intrusive, or else we're going to have to cut it out. There's just so much. It just takes so much space, and as their job, a lot of it revolves around monitoring what's going on in chat. It basically is like tying one hand behind their backs. Shame on me. Yes. I'm telling you, this story is so unbelievable. The jury should have no work to do but sign.
In addition, there are special circumstances for venue that have been addressed in this, where there is murder committed. I believe under criminal homicide, it's under 1.51.20.
And I'll read you the venue charge that I'm going to give the jury. The law provides that criminal actions shall be indicted and tried in the county in which the crime was committed. In a prosecution in any case in which it cannot be determined in what county the crime was committed, venue is proper and may be proven in any county in which evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that it might have been committed. Then I'll go further in saying criminal homicide shall be considered as having been committed in the county in which the cause of death was inflicted. If it cannot be determined in which county the cause of death was inflicted, venue is proper and may be proved in the county in which the death occurred. If a dead body is discovered in this state and it cannot be readily determined in what county the cause of death was inflicted, venue is proper and may be proved in the county in which the dead body was discovered. And then venue would have to be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the charge I expect to give. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
So I'm not going to give the special circumstances 21. It talks about boundary lines and counties and things of that nature. The general verdict charge, number 22, I'll give. Number 23, the court having no interest in the case, I will give. The sympathy charge, number 24, I will give. Responsibility for sentencing, number 25, I'll give. Deliberations, number 26, I will give. Now, the statutory definitions of each crime that's charged in the indictment, I will give. So states 27 with regard to malice murder. 28 is the premeditation does not have to be proven. I intend to give that. Any objection?
Absolutely none.
Okay. The motive charge 29 I will give. The felony murder charge, the elements of felony murder in state's request number 30 I will give. Causation in felony murder I will give. All right. With regard to 32,
got a new poll up.
Aggravated assault. State gave the deadly weapon section when I think the indictment alleges offensive weapon.
2.20.21, I believe, is with a deadly or offensive weapon, Judge. And if we didn't clarify it there, then I'm sorry.
But then you went on to define it as being with a deadly weapon. There's no mention,
my
no
apologies,
mention of offensive weapon. So I think I have to give the offensive weapon charge.
I agree with the court on that.
Okay.
My apologies, Your Honor.
So we've restated it with that small change. Possession of a knife during the commission of a felony, number 33, I'll give that. Number 34, concealing the death of another, I will give. Possession of tools for the commission of a crime, number 35, I'll give. Number 36, removal of body parts from scene of death or dismemberment, I will give. Number 37, the statutory definition of tampering with evidence, I will give with the exception of C.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're not going to give subsection C that are the exceptions for law enforcement. All right, number 38. Okay, we have put those in that the state doesn't have to produce the weapon, et cetera. I intend to give that. Number 39, polygraph is out.
I would withdraw that, Your Honor.
39 is out. Number 40 is out regarding raising certain defenses. Okay, 41 is not a part of the standard charge. It involves the court discussing false statements.
I've turned off the slot machine.
Consciousness of guilt. You cited federal cases. I cannot find any Georgia cases that would approve of that charge, and I'm concerned that that particular charge would place undue emphasis on the state's theory of the case, so I don't intend to give that charge. But I'll be happy to hear if the state has any authority with regard, other than the federal authority that you've already cited. Okay.
State v. Wootson.
Okay. 42, the exact date of the murder is not material. I intend to give that. And 43, I mean, I've already told the jury that they could consider the WebEx testimony. just like any other testimony. I don't see any need to tell them that again, but I'll be glad to hear what you attorneys have to say.
My concern just is that it was the only witness, Your Honor, in that circumstance, so I didn't want the jury to think it had to be treated differently.
I think I've already covered that with the jury. What do you say, Mr. Wise?
I don't think that we need 43, so I would object to it going.
Yeah, I'm not inclined to give that. All right, those are all of the state's charges. Hey, Mr. Weinstein, I'll give you another opportunity. Any objections to those that we've covered so far?
No objections to those that you've already were going to use.
All right, the defendant's request to charge. And most of these are going to be repetitive, but I'll go through them. Number one, I will give.
These are the instructions the jury's going to be told before they deliberate.
Number three, I will give.
We're going to hear all these in detail.
And every defense wants grave suspicion, and I'll give it.
Thank you.
Number five, I will give. Number six, regarding evidence generally, I'll give. 7, I'll give the charge on direct and circumstantial evidence. Number 8 is the standard credibility charge, which I'll give. 9 on expert witnesses, I will give. I've got some problems with number 10.
First of all, Your Honor, there are no felony criminal
There
convictions,
aren't.
so that in and of itself is not appropriate.
Character for untruthfulness is not
And
part.
that's also not present.
I'm just going to give the general impeachment charge.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
Character for untruthfulness?
So that means 11 is, 11 I will use the standard charge.
Thank you.
Judge is flying through this.
12 does mention impeachment, and I will give the standard impeachment charge. 13 regarding prior statements, I'll give that charge. 14 is out of the standard charge, I'll give that.
Your Honor, 14 is single witness corroboration.
That's in our standard charge.
What single witness is counsel referring to?
My client is a single witness.
It's given in almost every case. I can't think of a case where I haven't given it.
I don't particularly care. I just was trying to understand the theory behind it. That's all.
Okay. 15 doesn't apply because the defendant did testify, so I won't give 15. That long convoluted charge on statements made by the defendant, I'll give that. And that would encompass 16, 17, 18, 19. Brings us to 20, which is the DNA charge. We do have a DNA charge in that. So I intend to give a DNA charge. Number 21, good character is not a part of this case, so I'm not going to give that.
You can say that again.
22, definition of crime, obviously I'll give. 23, regarding intent, I will give. 24, no presumption of criminal intent, I'll give. Number 25, presumptions and inferences, that's a part of the standard charge, I'll give it. The mere presence I'll give, but that will be in connection with the grave suspicion charge. 27, the malice murder definition, I will give. 28, with regard to premeditation, I'll give. 29, motive, I'll give. 30, felony murder, I'll give. 31, causation in felony murder, I'll give. All right. Number 32, there's a request for a lesser included on voluntary manslaughter, which I do not intend to. I don't believe there's any evidence of any provocation or anything close to voluntary manslaughter, but I'll hear from counsel.
No, that was put in out of caution because I didn't know what would happen today.
So you're withdrawing that request?
I am.
No lesser included? From malice murder to
Number
manslaughter.
33, concealing the death of another, I will give. 34, possession of a knife during the commission of a felony, I will give. Number 35, regarding possession of tools for the commission of a crime, I'll give. Number 36 is the statutory definition of the removal of body parts from the scene of the death, I'll give. Number 37, regarding tampering with evidence, I'll give. And then, again, on the aggravated assault definition, it will refer to the offensive weapon rather than deadly weapon. Then you have a request on actual and constructive possession. I assume both sides want that?
My only question, Your Honor, would be how, like, where you plan to place that. Would that be in reference, because the only place I think it's appropriate is with respect to the weapon possessions,
Yes.
because that's the only thing where it's a possession.
And that's where I would give it.
I mean, I assume you'll read it once collectively for each of the, at the beginning or at the conclusion is my point, of all of those possession of weapon counts. Do you understand what I'm asking?
Not only that, but possession of the tools for the
Right,
commission
that's
of
what
crime.
that's what I was referring to.
So I would
There's the
want-
knife, and then I believe there's 5 additional counts of possession of tools. I'm just asking the court where you intended to place it.
When I give the definitions of those crimes.
So you're going to read it 6 times?
No.
That's
once.
what. Yeah, that's what I'm asking, Judge. At the beginning or at the end? Do you know, or not yet?
As I give the definitions, probably at the conclusion
Okay.
of the definitions of the possession
You'll refer to
charge.
them. Okay,
Yes.
that's fine, Judge. I have no objection to that.
Venue, they've requested I'm going to give the same venue charge I just read a moment ago. The verdict charge, obviously, is from the pattern charge, and I'll give that. Number 42, that the court has no interest, I'll give that. On the sympathy charge, Mr. Weinstein has added an additional paragraph about being influenced by all kinds of things, race, creed, color, religion. I don't intend to give that paragraph.
I have no objection to removing that
Okay.
paragraph. I believe I pulled that from the pattern, but I could be mistaken.
Now that, I don't think that's a part of the pattern. Then the charge on deliberations, jury deliberations, I'll give that. Unanimous verdict I'm going to give, but there, Mr. Weinstein, the very last paragraph on page 48, I'm not going to tell them, anytime you want to come back out and hear videos and more evidence, feel free. I'm not going to give them that charge.
No objection. Your Honor.
All right, I believe that completes all of the charges that have.
Objection. Your Honor.
All right, I believe that completes all of the charges that have been requested by both sides. Anything else from counsel?
I would just ask for 10 minutes before we.
I'm going to give you that 10 minutes. And I'm going to announce to everyone here in court that in about 15 or 20 minutes, we're going to hear the closing arguments made by the attorneys. I'm going to ask that you please refrain from going back and forth through the door. If you want to be here for the closing arguments, I'm going to ask that you stay here. If you leave, I'm going to ask that you not come back. But the closing arguments will probably take a couple of hours. But out of respect for the parties and for the attorneys in the case, I want to keep the clutter down to a minimum. And at the conclusion of the closing arguments, what I expect to do, that'll probably get us close to 5 o'clock. What I expect to do is adjourn for the day. Come back tomorrow morning. I will then give the charge of the court, explaining the law to the jury, and allow them to begin their deliberations.
I like this
The charge of the court normally takes about 30 minutes. So that is the schedule that I anticipate following. And so we'll come back in about 15 minutes and hear the closing arguments made by the lawyers. All right, thank you.
Okay, as I do this, I've been debating. I wanted to play this soundbite the entire trial long as we've heard this, especially today as the Jim McIntyre counter has gone up, and many of you might recognize this. But
damn it, Jim! What the hell's the matter with you?
Okay, sorry. I just have to play this one more time. Sorry, the audio was terrible.
Damn it, Jim, what the hell's the matter with you?
There we go. Little Star Trek soundbite that we needed there. So, he's dead, Jim. Yes, there's a couple of those. Doc from Star Trek, the original. Judge runs a tight ship, and it shows. Doesn't waste a minute. We flew through the jury charge conference in 10 minutes. It was amazing. Other times that has taken hours. A lot of other places will read the charge and then debate over it, but it does help that both sides were ready and prepared and had their suggestions in on time, as the judge did request, so that was good. We have a poll going right now. I know some people missed the previous poll. I wanted to get rid of it because I had a typo on my part. The poll that's up right now says, what will the outcome of this trial be? As always, the first option is not guilty. Mr. Kassotis is not guilty. Option number 2, Mr. Kassotis is guilty. And I assume that it's guilty as charged on all the charges. Number 3, hung jury. And, of course, there's always a fourth option. Sony will buy this story, too. So feel free to weigh in on that one. I do realize that multiple things could be correct. So, are they in deliberation? No, Evangeline, you have not missed the closing arguments. We will get closing arguments in about 11 minutes right now. And both sides are going to basically wrap this up and put a bow on it, and it's going to be epic. It's going to be epic. It's going to be so good. It's everything that the prosecution has wanted to say with a little bit of snark all wrapped together. And at the same time, Mr. Weinstein, my hat goes off to you. You have a tough job to do here. But you also have to summarize this case and present the evidence and the story from your client as the evidence supports, and then ask the jury to believe him. So, well, I've got like strobe light going on here. There we go. Let's fix that. Much better. Rainbow works. Veda Worship got a grand jury summons. Awesome. I have never had a summons at all. You want the Jim song, please? One more time. Last time for the Jim song. Is that what I'm hearing? Black Magic. Okay. We can do Jim song one more time. We're all the way up to 475 mentions of Jim. So quick little 2-minute song. Bear with me if you're not. This is not the best fan. If you're not a fan of this, I can understand. But one last time.
Jim McIntyre wears a coat of gray, keeps your secrets locked far away. He's got your cash in a coffee tin, a map to the bathroom. Let the game begin. Jim says run, Jim says hide. He's the shadow standing by your side. He tells you when to whisper, when to cry. Jim McIntyre, the master of the slide. He's got a rule book, torn and frayed. Says lie to your wife, it's the price you paid. He knows your father's footsteps, cold and near, and he'll tell you when to move, disappear. He hums a tune, dark and sweet, the kind you hum when you admit defeat. Jim says run, Jim says hide. He's the shadow standing by your side. He tells you when to whisper, when to cry. Jim McIntyre, the master of the slide. He hums a tune, dark and sweet, the kind you hum when you admit defeat. Jim says run, Jim says hide. He's the shadow standing by your side. He tells you when to whisper, when to cry. Jim McIntyre, the master of the slide. Is he a saint or a devil in disguise? He holds your truth, your perfect lies. His eyes don't blink, his voice don't shake. He's the keeper of your biggest mistake.
There you go. Jim McIntyre, Master of the Sly. Mathis, I love that song. I can't access it from my library on Suno. It's a lot of work. Maybe we'll do it during the downtime. We do have a little bit of downtime between this trial and the verdict, which I assume will come in tomorrow. I know that's a little presumptuous of me, but I do assume we will have a verdict tomorrow, which is, if you guys remember correctly, a podcast Thursday at 8 p.m. on this channel. We go live with a podcast called the Not Relevant Podcast. It originally began as a way to sort of break up some of the heaviness of following true crime courts day in and day out. And often we just need just a little break from that, and it has developed into something that is different. It's called Not Relevant Podcast. Thomas and myself will be here live hosting it tomorrow, and please be here. It's a lot of fun, and generally, 9 out of 10 people don't regret attending. So, let's see. Another Boardman musical creation. Yes. Thank you, Suno. Wait, didn't he steal money from his dad, like $60,000? I believe that's why his dad was after him. Yeah, like $60K from him, $200K from, Cameron, and I don't know how much from Jim. How much did he steal from Jim? I work late and we barely ever get the chance to attend the podcast. Oh, Hannah, you're missing out. You might have to call in sick one day and just enjoy it. Let's see. Check out the things. Oh, yeah. All the links to the songs are on the Top Mark Media page if you want to go there. Jim McIntyre doesn't exist. You're saying the quiet part out loud, Brooklyn. There is no Jim McIntyre. There is no Jim McIntyre, and there never was. And it's my belief that there was never anyone pretending to be Jim McIntyre other than Mr. Kassotis. I do not believe there is a shadowy figure out there who was, he likes to say, why would we have done all these crazy things if there wasn't someone telling us to do it? Well, if you told yourself to do it, there's your answer. That's why. Sell the song to Sony. They can use it as the theme song for their movie. Jim must be real. There's a song about him. How much can you steal from yourself? Asking for my friend Jim. I'd have to copy and paste him. Mathis, I'm not going to play it right now, but we'll play it at some point. Probably in the next week. Does that work? Can you give me a week to do it? Mathis makes some great songs as well. Is anyone else bouncing in place? Oh, sorry. I read mod chat. My apologies. I won't say who said that. We've got Tumwater Troy coming in with a rhyme here. Two voices with wit that just gleams. Scott and Thomas chase curious dreams. On YouTube they play with humor each day while driving through not relevant themes. While diving through. Thank you. A great limerick, right? A-A-B-B-A. Yep, it worked. He could have earned all that money by writing books. He could have. I think a lot of the time he spent at home where he said he was working, he was actually writing stories, which, it paid off. He sold one for $300,000. That's, you can account for a couple of years of work right there for most of us. Jim McIntyre has just subscribed to my YouTube channel. That's awesome. Playing catch up. Every time he says JAG officer, I start laughing. It sounds wrong. Well, the JAG officer part was true. The selling a story to Sony was true. And other than that, I don't know what else is, or if anything was. think Dad was looking for him because he was worried about his mental health. The defense has not raised mental health as an issue, and I know it looks like ripe for the picking as we watch the defendant, but they have not gone there. That has not been their concern. Jim McIntyre is speaking at CrimeCon. He's the guest speaker. We were just backstage bouncing in place to the Jim song. Yeah, I apologize. I like to say what happens in mod chat stays in mod chat because the moderators have to talk about different things going on in the channel, and I like to give them that space without like any fear of something they say being used against them or in the wrong light. Misconduct. Member for 28 months. The Puppet Master on Netflix is a similar story to this about a British bloke. It's bonkers. Also, yay for 28 months. Misconduct. Thank you very much. 28 months. You are, in fact, an OG. OG. Thank you. I'm surprised there wasn't an insanity plea. I really think he could have done this. I've texted back and forth with Lady Draconis. I've texted back and forth with Rob a little bit, and I won't talk about what we're talking about, but he's watching this case, as is Ian, and I cannot wait. I cannot wait to hear both of them talk about what happened today. Rob, Law and Lumber, Ian from Ian Runkle of the Bailey. Some of my favorite people to watch in the world of true crime. Great stuff. They just stay up too late at night. If I could get them to quit their day jobs and just live stream when I can watch, it would be better. FNF will be epic this week. Oh, you know it will. It'll be good. And they'll probably have a verdict by that point. So, was Dr. Lewis not available for dissociative identity diagnosis? I don't know if Georgia allows that. I'm not sure. I did time out the points and slots. It got a little much there for a bit, so I just turned it off for a bit. We'll turn them on later. The points can still be accrued, but it's checking your points and playing the slot machines turned off right now. I might actually give, if I can figure it out, I might give the mods control over checking the points and so they can turn it on and off, because they're the ones that have to deal with it, and they know when it's okay and when it's not. Love FNF and Ian. They are both, FNF is a show, but I love Rob and Ian. They're fantastic. I love that his own lawyer ended with a statement that his client makes up stories. Yeah, that was a sort of a weak ending on the rebuttal side as well, or the redirect side as well, where he's like, "Why should we believe you? Because this time it's the truth." It was sort of a weak ending. Just remind everybody that you do, in fact, for a living or professionally, make up stories, and arguably you're good at it because you sold one to Sony. Yes, chat is way more fun than mod chat. This is true. Mod chat is mostly homework, a lot of homework. Linda M., 2 more months to go, 10 months in the gallery. Thank you very much. One of our great supporters from Canada. Oh, Canada. Oh, every time we see that, we have to play Ian Runkle's sound effect.
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you because we hate you.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. Did grant me a perpetual license to use that soundbite, actually. Let's see. Am I going to CrimeCon? I was not planning on it, but some cool people that I know are going to CrimeCon, and it's not in the cards right now, because here's what I'm looking at. I may have to go to Corey Richens in person next year, and it's no small deal to go and attend a long trial like that. There's a lot of expenses just on the technical side, and there's a lot of expenses on the other side. So I have to just be cautious about where I put my expenses, and CrimeCon would negate Corey Richens for sure. So closings right after this break. Yes, as a matter of fact, we're just about a minute late coming back from closings. CrimeCon is in Denver, Colorado. It's expensive, but honestly, they do a great job. There are some amazing people there. There are some people I'd love to meet. I think Courtroom Confidential is being nominated for a great award there as well. So cool stuff going on. Will he be sentenced as Stark? I believe he'll be sentenced as he's tried, and that is as Nicholas Kassotis. because the name change was only in, what, Missouri, right? It was like a state name change? I don't know. Corey Richards is more important than CrimeCon. Well, she thinks so. You don't know anyone important. I've met some really cool creators online through text, through social media, through YouTube. We've shared the screen. There's some people I'd love to meet in person. And CrimeCon is, whether or not I'm going, I don't like lectures. If I wanted lectures, I would go back to school, right? And I don't really like those. But hanging out, walking around, seeing people, I could do that. Went to Nashville. I should have gone to Nashville. That's close by. I've been waiting for the Corey Richards trial for 84 years. Bravo chick. Wait no more. February. I think this one's going to hold. It's going to happen. Denver is a nice city. I will say Denver is a city. I've been there. It was not my favorite city to be in. I used to work in Colorado. Although I was on the West Slope, which is a little west of Denver. Yes, next trial up, we are looking at, the next scheduled one is Donna Adelson, which starts, well, the 19th. It's the 13th today. So basically next week, we'll probably have a couple days of jury selection in there. So it might be a couple days of court hopping as we get ready to start the new case. Love to visit Denver. Oh, it's beautiful. You know, the Mile High City. It's great. It's got a lot of, anything you want to do there, and a few things you can do there that you can't do other places. But all right, Greeners. I saw that. I can't click on it. I lived in Denver for several years, and it's definitely a city. It's big. My wife and I delivered a new car. There was a time where she was managing a fleet of cars, and one of the perks of the job is when a new car was delivered, we delivered out there. So we drove out there and stayed, and then drove the old car back from the other fleet. So that was fun. Judge is back. Looks like a sidebar is going on right now. We expect closings. Not sure the format. He might give us the format. Usually the state goes first, then the defense, and then the state gets to close. They get equal time, but it's bifurcated, divided up. So we'll see if that's how it happens. Usually they do that because the state does have the burden of proof. It's a little bit harder. I did like Grand Junction. Smaller place.
In the gallery again. As we hear the closing arguments, please maintain decorum. Please no reactions or any noises or anything of that nature. Let's try to be as respectful as we possibly can. So, does the state intend to use both arguments?
No, Your Honor. I advised Mr. Weinstein I was going to defer and simply close.
And I'll just recognize Mr. Weinstein first.
That's fine.
Defense goes first. State closes. State defers again. I love it. Never seen that before, in a closing especially. She deferred on the open, so the state went first, and then she opened second. Now she defers on the closing. Defense goes first, and state goes second. So she gets the final word, and they have no idea what she's going to say, so they have to just guess. It's very calculated. Judge did order all of us to remain seated throughout this, so please come in, take a seat if you can, and remain quiet. We've turned off sound effects and the slot machine for this. We're going to focus on these arguments. This is not testimony, but it may help you understand some of the testimony we have heard today. Mel, I never heard DNA proof of his family DNA.
All right, everyone, please be seated.
I'm going to close out the poll right now.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you might recall when we began this trial, before the opening statements, I told you that the opening statements and the closing arguments cannot be considered by you as evidence. They're not evidence, they're arguments. The only evidence that you can lawfully consider in arriving at your verdict will be the sworn testimony that you've heard over the last week and a half, all of the exhibits, documents that have been lawfully introduced for your consideration. That's the evidence. The closing arguments, again, are not evidence. They're intended to help you see the case in a light most favorable to the respective party, but they are a very important part of this case, and I ask you to pay close attention to the arguments. At this time, I'll recognize Mr. Weinstein. You may proceed for the defense.
Great explanation there. Doug has a tough job here. Let's see how he does. His second criminal trial. All the rest have been other.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to begin by thanking you for all of your attention that you have spent and the time that you've spent over the last 2 weeks listening to the evidence in the case, paying attention to the witnesses, taking time away from your work, your friends, and your family. So I want you to know that we certainly appreciate that, and I think all of us appreciate that, so thank you. Nicholas Kassotis has lied to many, many people. He has left a wake of emotional distress amongst a number of his friends and family. His parents, Linda and Wayne, who you've seen throughout this trial behind him, were shut off by him. Shut off by him because he believed that, for some reason, his father Wayne was after him. He told people all kinds of lies about his parents, that they weren't his real parents, that he was abused growing up, that his real parents were somewhere in England, that he was kidnapped, taken to the U.S., caused tremendous pain to them. He caused pain to all of the friends that he lied to for those years. And you heard from them. Cameron. On top of the pain for Cameron, he took $200,000 of her money. So you can find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Nick Kassotis lied to people. That Nick Kassotis took advantage of people like Cameron.
He just testified that it was Jim that did it.
You see and you heard what Nick Kassotis did with Samantha Kolyesnik, his third wife. Told her lies. Married her under false pretenses to such an extent that the state of Pennsylvania granted her, or the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, granted her an annulment, which, as she told you, was very difficult to get. He treated her terribly. You can find beyond a reasonable doubt that he did that to Samantha. There's no doubt about it. You've heard a lot about Jim McIntyre. I'm sure the state will talk a lot about Jim McIntyre. But this trial is not about whether there is or is not a Jim McIntyre. This trial is not about whether you believe that there's a Jim McIntyre running around or you believe that Nicholas Kassotis committed these crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. This isn't a trial about Jim McIntyre. This is a trial, unfortunately, about Mindy Kassotis and who killed Mindy Kassotis. So I'm going to ask you to look at those facts. Look at the facts that the state has presented and make your decision based on those facts. The GBI did an incredible job in investigating the death of Mindy Kassotis. Agent Sands is a fantastic agent. His partner, I'll call him the partner, did a fantastic job at the crime scene. But they very quickly zeroed in on Nicholas Kassotis. And as far as their investigation of Nicholas Kassotis, it really could not have been more thorough, could it? They pulled all of his bank information. They looked at credit cards, Airbnb documents, a host of exhibits that you will all have access to, showing all of his movements, his GPS movements of his vehicle, everything about Nicholas Kassotis. But what else did you hear? Nobody's perfect. And as great as Agent Sands and his team are, they didn't follow everything, right? Jim McIntyre. They had a number of leads on Jim McIntyre's all over the place. What is the Jim McIntyre lead they followed up on? The one that was convenient. The one that was over here in Savannah, near the law office where Miss Mebane worked. That's the one they followed up on. The crime scene. They picked up a cigarette box that was in the road, halfway between the location of Mindy Kassotis' torso and one of these totes over here. They picked that up. What did they do with it? As far as the evidence that's been admitted, nothing. No follow-up. Why no follow-up? Why no analysis? Why not look for DNA on the box? Maybe find leads? Because they had already decided. As soon as they saw video from that camera of the husband's car near the scene of the body, the investigation for suspects was effectively over. That was it. They had their guy. Nick Kassotis was their guy. They didn't need to follow up on that cigarette pack. How many other cars were captured on that motion camera at the pumping station that day, or over those 3 days that I asked about? Numerous cars. Were any of those cars followed up on? These are cars going by a scene where Mindy Kassotis' body is found. What investigation took place on all of those other people that went by where that body was? Nothing. Nothing. Why not? Because they had their man. He's sitting right over there. He's the guy that did it. We don't need to look into anyone else. All that we need to do is pour all of the resources of the GBI, FBI resources from Agent Bernie with his cast. Let's direct everything into Nick Kassotis, because we have our guy. He did it.
Your words.
When they arrest Nick Kassotis, what does he do? Does he take advantage of his constitutional rights? He's a lawyer. Any lawyer worth a damn is not going to talk to law enforcement if they are a suspect. Any lawyer worth a damn tells their clients, do not speak to law enforcement. You have a constitutional right. Let me tell you all the reasons it's a bad idea. He didn't just have a JD. As you heard the state point out, he's a former prosecutor. He's a former defense attorney. He's speaking to law enforcement. Why is he doing that? Because as totally insane as the Jim McIntyre story is, he has nothing to hide. He lived that Jim McIntyre story. He lived it. This isn't a fiction that the writer, Nick Kassotis, makes up upon arrest. I mean, he's good. He sold a story to Sony, but he's not that good. He's not that good that he could make up a story and then retroactively have lived it. He lived the Jim McIntyre story for years before the arrest, for years before Mindy Kassotis' murder. They actually lived like that. Mindy lived like that. Both Mindy and Nick told people the same story about security details. I don't know whether Mindy necessarily said Jim McIntyre, but they discussed it. They lived it. He didn't make it up later. So when he's arrested, and when Agent Sands and now Investigator Frost go up to Pennsylvania, go up to Lancaster County, and they want to speak to Nick Kassotis, he speaks to them. He doesn't have anything to hide. As a matter of fact, it seems to me he's trying to figure some things out. What's going on here? I thought my wife had died. I'm being arrested for her murder. This is nuts. This is this crazy, Kafka-esque world that he is living in, where he is tormented, plagued with, by someone calling themselves Jim McIntyre. Moving 50 plus times? Who voluntarily does that? Unless they believe there's a real threat on their lives. So he talks to them. He talks to them. Now the state's going to claim that he's inconsistent in what he says and what Nick Kassotis says. Go in the back. I'm not concerned about any of this evidence. I want you to go back there and spend as much time as you need. Look at everything they have against Nick Kassotis. Look at it all. Study it in detail. Don't rush. Take your time. Take your time. Because his story, what he tells people, is pretty much the same. From the first interview in Pennsylvania to the second interview down here, where he's clearly exhausted from having flown down, tells pretty much the same story. He gets on the stand here. He tells pretty much the same story. Why? I believe it was Agent Sands, or it could have been Investigator Frost, that said, you know the story about Tom Sawyer, it's easier to keep the truth straight. Lies are hard to keep straight. That's true. That's true. And there's a few inconsistencies, but there's been a lot of time. But he tells the same story. He is open with them because he has nothing to hide. Because he did not kill his wife, Mindy Kassotis. So he talks to the investigators. Now, I used to be, for 25 years, purely a civil litigator. And if you are a civil lawyer, you're doing commercial disputes between parties, one of the things you dream of, you love it when you get it, is to be able to depose the same person twice. A deposition is kind of like an interrogation like you saw. Hopefully y'all have been fortunate enough to never have been deposed. I pray that's the case. It's an unpleasant experience. But you know what you really want to do? You want to be able to depose someone twice. Why is that? Because you depose them the first time, you get all that information, you sit back, you think, well, what didn't I learn? What didn't I ask about? Maybe I can catch some things that are inconsistent. And if a judge gives you the chance to depose them a second time, you have lived a charmed life. That's a wonderful thing. Now, Nick Kassotis was not really a civil litigator. As you heard, he did criminal. But he sat down for a second interview. What a golden opportunity for law enforcement. They've been able to think about all the questions, all the other things that they may not have asked about. They've got more research now. It's been a while. It's been a week or so. They ask him again. They put huge pressure on Nick Kassotis during those interviews. You saw the second one. You heard the first one. I know it's harder to follow the audio. It's not as riveting. But I saw y'all watching the second one. You saw the pressure they put on Nick Kassotis. Law, and I won't use the word lie. Law enforcement is allowed to mislead suspects in an interrogation. There's law enforcement value in doing that. You heard Agent Sands testify about the value in doing that. And they told him all kinds of things that weren't true. That he had DNA evidence at the scene. There's DNA there. You need to just confess, because we got you. Get it off your chest. DNA. Go ahead. Logging truck identified you. Someone saw you there. Confess. Why all the pressure? Why all the pressure? Because the actual hard evidence they have that Nick Kassotis killed Mindy Kassotis is incredibly weak. I think you're looking at pretty much all of it right here, stacked in this corner of the courtroom, right? They've got these tubs. Well, we know from Nick that when they were moving around, they used tubs. Okay, they got some tubs. But what do they have that they talked about since opening? Oh my, they got a knife. There's a knife found near her body. We heard so much talk about that knife. You know, there's a rule in screenwriting and in playwriting. I may get the name wrong. Something to the effect of Chekhov's rule. If you introduce a gun in the first act of a play, it better go off by the third act. The state introduces this knife, this Milwaukee knife, right off the bat. I don't know what y'all were expecting, but I know what I would have been expecting if I were y'all. I'd have been expecting to see some hard evidence tying that knife, that Milwaukee knife, to Mindy Kassotis's, I'm sorry to be so graphic, but her dismemberment. But what did you hear? The exact opposite. That knife was not used in her dismemberment. And again, to be graphic, I mean, her legs were not removed using that knife. That's not what happened. The state's own tool mark, not my expert, the state's own tool mark expert from the GBI. That knife wasn't used to remove those body parts of Mindy. Well, wait a minute. He bought a deer processing kit at Bass Pro Shops. Where's the deer processing kit? They don't have it. Don't be confused. They haven't tried to mislead you. I'm not going to ever accuse them of that. They're too good and too professional. But they went and bought another kit, same model that Nick Kassotis brought. They brought it in here. All right, tool mark expert. What about that kit? Inconclusive. All right, got a deer processing kit that's not even found at the scene, not found on Nick Kassotis, not found at the Airbnb in Savannah, not found in Lancaster, not found. So they're going to bring in another one. They're going to show it here. Inconclusive as to whether that was used. All right. Well, they must have more than that. Oh, they do. They have more than that. They have his car. His car is at the scene near where her body is found. Goes by the pumping station in one direction. Bit later comes back in the other direction. Other cars, as I said, we're going to ignore those other cars. We don't care about those other cars. We got the husband. We don't have to worry about those cars. The Airbnb in Savannah. Okay, there must be something there, right? You don't arrest a man unless you got more than that. You don't do that to somebody. All right, Airbnb. What do they have there? There's a futon that has some of Mindy's blood on it. There's a little bit of blood that appears to have maybe been cleaned up off the floor, and a barely visible amount of blood that you can see with their special chemical substance. You can see that on the wall, a little bit. Not enough to photograph. It's so light you can't even photograph it. But you heard testimony they found a little bit there. But you know what else you heard? How was Mindy Kassotis probably murdered? She had 9 lacerations on her skull. 9. And I asked the medical examiner, there are a lot of veins that run through the skull, a lot of blood that comes up here in your skin. Oh yeah, there are. How much blood are you going to get when you strike somebody with a hard object? Hard enough to do that kind of laceration. A lot of blood. A lot of blood. What about 2 lacerations? Even more blood. That was the testimony. You heard it. What about 9? That's a lot of blood. A lot of blood was not found at the Airbnb. Oh, well wait. He cleaned it up. He did some amazing job of cleaning up all that blood. Did he buy any tarps? I didn't hear anything about that. So he cleaned all that blood up? I mean, that's not reasonable. We asked the owner of the Airbnb, when you came there, did you smell cleaning products? Anything? Bleach? No, she didn't smell anything. All right. Let's keep working for the state. What else do they have? Well, he's a big old liar, right? Let's see. And a deadbeat, right? He owes his first wife $1.5 million. Doesn't give her that. Okay. So, therefore, let me think, this theory. He owes his first wife $1.5 million, so he kills his second wife. How does that work? How does that resolve anything? Okay, forget that theory. Let's try another theory. He kills Mindy so that he can run off to Pennsylvania and go woo and marry his third wife, Samantha. You kill Mindy over that? He knows how to get divorced. He did it once before. He divorced his first wife, Heather.
Yeah, but look what that cost him.
So he knows how to get divorced. He also could just leave. But they're going to have you believe that, oh, I don't know what they're going to have you believe, but I imagine they're going to say, well, he did it so he could run off with Samantha. Does that make any sense? Now, they don't have to prove motive. I don't want to put that in your head. You're going to hear the judge tell you they don't have to prove motive. But they still have to prove that Nick Kassotis committed these crimes, the 12 counts that he is facing, beyond a reasonable doubt. That is an incredibly high standard, beyond a reasonable doubt. You may be sitting here right now thinking, I think he probably did it. I think he probably did it. That's not high enough in our country. Probably did it doesn't work. I think it's more likely than not that he did it. I really, really think he probably did it. That's my gut feeling. That doesn't cut it either. We have protections in this country. The state has an incredibly high burden to meet. They have to work so hard because they have got to show guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You'll hear the judge explain all of this to you. Now, I'm not going to stand here and tell you, well, all they have is circumstantial evidence. Like if you watch movies and TV, you'll hear people say, oh, it's just circumstantial evidence. You can absolutely, as you'll hear from the judge, convict people on circumstantial evidence. But that circumstantial evidence still has to show guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And They haven't done that. They just haven't done that. So he's charged with murder. Malice murder. They haven't shown you that he murdered Mindy Kassotis. They showed you he was near where the body was at some point. But they don't have a weapon. They don't have to have a weapon, but they don't have a weapon. Where's the weapon? They don't know where she was killed. They don't know where she was dismembered. All they really have are questions. But they're going to want you to think they got all the answers, or most of them. Now, what are they going to say, I anticipate, about the answers they don't have and the questions that remain? Oh, we don't have those answers to those questions because my client did such an amazing job of hiding things, confusing things, obfuscating, trying to keep that evidence around. Well, that argument works no matter who is sitting at the defense table. It doesn't point to Mr. Kassotis. That's an argument that can be made to convict any innocent man. You need to only follow the judge's instructions. Look at the evidence you've heard in here. Look at what you can take in the back and decide based on that whether he committed malice murder or felony murder. I think you're going to have difficulty doing that. And the reason why is, frankly, he didn't do these things. Let's look at the other charges. Aggravated assault. You're not going to see evidence that he assaulted Mindy. Now, the state may say, well, just look at the lacerations on her head. That's evidence that he assaulted her. But keep in mind, when the state makes their arguments to you, no one is denying that Mindy Kassotis was horribly murdered and grotesquely dismembered and tossed away. But that is not the only thing they have to show. They have to show beyond a reasonable doubt that Nick Kassotis is the one that did that. Concealing the death of another. Someone tried to conceal her death. No denying that. You don't do the terrible things that were done to Mindy Kassotis unless you're trying to conceal someone's death. That's why you do that. Possession of a knife during commission of a felony. Well, I don't think they've shown any kind of a felony from Nick Kassotis. A knife? Yeah, he had a knife. We all have knives. He had a knife. He bought that Milwaukee knife. That who knows where it is now. Mr. Kassotis says it burned up in his car. He bought a knife. Was that knife that he bought used in the commission of a felony? Not that the state has shown. Not beyond a reasonable doubt. The deer processing knives, again. Did he possess those? At one point, he bought them at Bass Pro Shop. During commission of a felony? Not that the state has shown. Tools for the commission of a crime? No. None. Removal of body parts from scene of death. You heard from Agent Sands they don't even know where the scene of death is. Because how horrible this murder was. Tampering with evidence. Obviously evidence was tampered with. But there's not sufficient evidence to show that Nick Kassotis was involved in that beyond a reasonable doubt. Now you may think I'm clinging to beyond a reasonable doubt, but I point to that because that is the standard that we have. That is the standard that this judge is going to instruct you. That is the high burden that the state has. Mindy Kassotis was viciously murdered and frankly butchered. Everyone should be upset and beyond distraught over that. It is I don't have the right words for how terrible that was. And then to be cast off, tossed in the woods for animals to rot. Your emotions likely are and should be running high. But I'm going to ask you to do what to me could feel like the impossible. I'm going to urge you to do this. Set the emotions aside. The state has only presented you with one person that you can make pay for Mindy Kassotis' death. My client, Nick Kassotis. So I understand the instinct for justice. I understand the instinct to want to have someone to blame, to want to have someone to hold accountable. But what I urge you to do, is to really serve justice. Really serve justice. And listen to the judge and decide, has the evidence that has been presented to you by this amazing team of prosecutors and investigators, has that risen to the level of proof beyond reasonable doubt in any of these charges? I think that if you can set aside that emotional gut reaction that we all have, especially when seeing these horrible photos, and candidly, logically, rationally assessing the evidence, you will not be able to find guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you for your attention, and again, for all the time that you've committed to this case.
So a little over half an hour.
Thank you, counsel.
About 35 minutes.
Thank you.
I think he made one mistake there, saying that defense, that Nick ran up the credit card. Nick's testimony on the stand today was that was Jim. He had no idea that happened. So he just impeached his own client. Yeah, that's the last we'll hear from the defense. The last the jury will hear from the defense before they start deliberating. State goes now, they get one shot, and then tomorrow we'll have the jury charge and deliberations begin.
It's showing my desktop instead of the presenter.
Good, let's start with technical difficulties. That's a great way to practice closing.
Dragon.
It's not going on, it's just what back off on. Yeah, just Tiffany now.
Okay.
Oh.
This is Nick's mom and dad there, side by side. Mom's dipped out of picture a bit, but. If only courts had like a person who knew how to work technology on standby that they could call when needed. Not on break. We're waiting for the state to start their closing argument. We've used about 3 minutes so far and haven't said much of anything other than it's not working. Hey, Mrs. R.A. It's his uncle, and was that sister behind him? Sister in black, maybe? I see some facial similarities. She's been sitting with his mom. Sister or aunt. They could be, uncle could be married to her.
It showed the one involved, which was my name exact case.
Yeah, we're now talking about how the tech's not working. We'll give them a couple more minutes here. A lot of chewing gum in court. Yes, it seems to be allowed here. A lot of courts I've been on, that is not allowed. Some won't even allow you to bring a water bottle in with a lid. Nick truly believes the stories he tells. I think he's told them enough that he does. But his lawyer doesn't. We're going to hit 500 on the Jim McIntyre counter. Well, we only need 12 more from prosecution in their closing, and we'll be there. I think it's going to be close. She just swallowed her gum. What happens when you swallow gum? Is it just me or the cases we're watching getting crazier? We've had a little trend lately. I imagine we'll get back to some boring ones and we'll be like, wow, this is pretty boring from what we're used to. But crimes, yeah, they're getting crazy. Nick only has one brother, Dr. Christopher Kassotis, located in Michigan. Right. The other one was the brother-in-law who was the police officer, right? We're still turning it off and on again. Judge hasn't moved. Obviously not happy. Tech support has been called. Somewhere in the courthouse, a teenage boy is sprinting to courtroom 7 or wherever this is. I got interrupted in the middle of his Minecraft game, and here he is to come fix it. Jim is tech support. Guy comes in, I'm Jim McIntyre. Here we go. You got it. Don't touch anything.
All right, counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you.
We're all here because of Mindy. Every single one of us is here because of Mindy. Sometime the weekend over Thanksgiving, Saturday into Sunday, 2022, everything changed. For every single person that testified. Everything changed. Mindy, have you ever been to a pond and you drop a rock in the center, or if you were a kid you used to skip it? You'd see the ripples, right? You'd see those ripples go out from where you dropped the rock. All those witnesses were ripples. And he dropped the rock. He killed her. He took her from everyone. A bright light, kind, good-natured. You're going to see a lot of things that we talked about in opening statement. My mom always told me, under promise, over deliver. Under promise, over deliver. That's what we've done. December 2nd, 2022, at about 4:50 in the afternoon, several hunters found the horrific discovery. The rock. Those hunters are ripples. Never the same. They were out there hunting Thanksgiving weekend, big hunting season in Georgia, deer, right? And they come across, I'm sorry, a headless, legless body of a woman. Law enforcement had no idea who she was for months because of him. Because he made it possible only to figure out who she was through a buccal swab from her mom. In May, almost 6 months later, he did that. Right here in Liberty County. And he dumped her in the woods. And I submit to you, he dumped her in the woods because that was a great place to hide a body. The problem is when you're not from Liberty County and you don't know Barrington Ferry Road and you don't know Jones Road and you don't know where they meet in McIntosh, you don't know there's a camera on the water tower. You don't know that there are logging trucks. You saw the logging trucks going down the road. Counsel would have you believe that Agent Sands and his team should have identified any possible human that went down that road. How is that relevant in any way, shape, or form to who would have had access to Mindy? Now, all of you promised me during jury selection you would not check your common sense at the door. You'd bring it with you, you'd evaluate the evidence, and you would use your common sense. They found a torso, a knife, tubs, and wipes. All things he had access to, all things he purchased close in time to when this happened. He bought a shovel at an Airbnb that he paid $4,500 a month for. And he's doing their handyman work. He's fixing mosquitoes for a solid 5 months. Totes that he said in the interview, black and gray. Common sense. He didn't know what was recovered at the crime scene. Black and gray. The real killer knew what color totes to put out there before he gave a statement? Common sense. You heard all about how the GBI looked for her remains, where they were recovered, where they were found in proximity to each other, over 3 miles. And he buried her head. Why? I submit to you, because that's the last thing he saw. He just didn't want to see it anymore. Some random person decides only to bury that. That doesn't make any sense. The person that buries the head is somebody that loved her. So he said, right? Loved her so much that he was clearly cheating on her. He admitted that on the stand. Heck, he told you, Joy, that was another woman. Very inconvenient to start a new relationship when you got a pregnant wife. He told you he thought she was pregnant, right? But I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Kassotis, he didn't believe she was pregnant. He wanted kids so badly. He wanted kids with Heather, right? He wanted kids with Mindy. He even went with Samantha Koyesnik. Within days of their marriage, they went to a what? A preconception appointment. He wanted kids, and he found out Mindy wasn't pregnant. Because if Mindy was pregnant, you know what he doesn't do? He doesn't kill her, because he wanted kids. He found out she wasn't. That's the problem. Now, the judge is going to instruct you. I don't have to prove motive. The law does not require it. But it's human nature to wonder why, right? Like, we want to know why. And I submit to you, that's what the evidence showed. He wanted children. He wasn't getting there. He needed another option. First divorce didn't work out so good, did it? $1.6 million that he didn't have. And the moment he came into money, what did he do? Me. I'm taking care of me. He didn't pay Cameron, who he got on the stand and said how much he respects, admires, emulates. He gave her 0. The knife. State doesn't work on suppositions. We don't guess. We don't present you with, we think, could be, maybe. Facts. Evidence only. Tool mark expert. State requested it. Defense requested, hey, look at this. How come? She told you. Lauren Satcher told you. You cannot test that knife on flesh. And she said that that was power tools to cut the legs, unfortunately. But ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, murderers don't generally say, hey, let me leave my murder weapon at my crime scene. But what you might leave, as a prosecutor, is a wiped off, cleaned up, latex hand-wearing gloves and cleansing wipes. Because that's not evidence. You can't catch me if I cleaned it off. And there he is. See, he had to admit things because we had them. The problem is, he didn't expect us to have her so soon. Now, if you're not from South Georgia, just off the road, not far enough. You need to be out in the water. but her body was heavy, that portion. I submit to you, if you look at the photographs, you'll see the weights. And I'm being respectful, because she deserves that. But look at them. Her torso and arms was very heavy. He couldn't get that far enough out. He didn't plan on us finding her that fast, is the problem. And in case you didn't believe that he was there, there are the records. That legitimately triangulates directly over Home Depot. His credit card, his car, and his phone. And if you recall during opening statement, I said to you, pay attention when he says, I did not know my car had a phone. In fact, I would say his eyebrows went almost up to his hairline. Because at that moment, Mr. Kassotis realized, oh, they got more stuff. I submit to you, there are no mosquitoes on the way down to Riceboro. He bought the knife and then drove down to Riceboro. But he got here, but he told you that he bought the knife because he needed to go and take care of the mosquitoes right then and there. You need to pay attention to the details here. And I submit to you, when you hear those details, common sense. That's all you need for this. And then you watched his car travel all the way down to Riceboro. And then he tells you, if you look carefully, I turned off my phone. But it was pinging until he got to Jones Road. Look at the map. It shows exactly where it intersects, where the ping last happens. He didn't turn it off and use a Garmin to get himself down there. He had the phone on until he got to where her body parts were. Because he didn't know that the car was still connecting to the tower. And if you look at that top box on the right side, it shows all the times that car kept pinging while he was in that area. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, the reason there's no blood in the house, or not a lot of it, is because he cut her up in the woods. He had 2 hours. 2 hours with a power saw. No one else had access to her. He told you that she went to the hospital. Common sense, right? You recall Dr. Lehman testified and he went like this. She had defensive wounds. Did she have defensive wounds in the hospital? So the doctor killed her. With defensive wounds in the hospital. Common sense. And in case it wasn't just me saying it, Agent Bernie showed you specifically the drive test to show that his phone, his car, his person, he admitted he was there. I'm not asking you to guess. He told you he was there. The defendant got on the stand and said, I was in the car. I had my phone. I had my credit card at the Marathon gas station. He swipes his card. Black tub, gray tub. How is that possible in any other way? And the judge is going to explain reasonable doubt. And I submit to you, that's his job, not mine. I'll talk some about the law, but if there's any discrepancy, you always listen to the court. Unless he put those tubs out there, there's no way he would know that a black and a gray tub were what would be recovered. And then her blood's in it. Facts. That's evidence. The 3rd, the 5th, and the 7th, they find the rest of her remains, and they find the second tub. And you see them here. And all the efforts they made to figure out if you left any evidence behind. They brought up DNA and did we or didn't we test this, that, or the other thing. You heard the DNA analyst say the only sample that they found that had more than one DNA profile was the futon. The futon in a house that's an Airbnb, lived in and sat on by Mr. Kassotis, Mr. Frank, Mrs. Betsy, and Mindy. So if I found DNA belonging to the defendant, the argument would be, well, he lives there. Doesn't mean he killed her, right? But now it means, well, he wasn't the one that did it. We showed you where the remains were tossed. I submit to you that's evidence of concealing a body. I submit to you that's evidence of dismemberment. I submit to you it's tampering. You saw those wipes that were used to wipe down the knife itself. There were at least a dozen of them in the crime scene photographs. They had to search 30,000 acres. Helicopters, drones, dogs, people. Mr. Glover went out and looked for her. Because you bring people home. All of her. You drop that rock in the pond, every one of them is a ripple. You don't dig up that space without a shovel. Submit to you, look at the picture. You can physically look at the picture. You can see where the root has shovel marks from where it got dug into and where it hit. He was just trying to get the dirt, but there was a root there. For people that are from this area, I fancy myself able to say that now. You hit roots. There's a lot of low roots. And there he is, buying a shovel. When you're staying in an Airbnb, living on the run, gone in an hour, he's buying tools to fix a house that he pays $4,500 a month for. Common sense. And then we do the autopsy. And why is that important? Well, because we don't know where Mindy took her last breath. I submit to you, that's because of Mr. Kassotis. 9 traumatic wounds to the head. We don't know that every wound occurred inside of the dwelling in Savannah. We don't know that. We don't know if she was strangled, if she was first subdued simply. We don't know if he rolled her up in the rug, if he took her. But we know there's blood under that rug. Rusty threw up on it. Really? There's blood under the rug. Defensive wounds on the arms that I submit to you. You're not getting beat up in the hospital. Inconsistent, and it doesn't make sense. Then there's the abdominal wounds. This goes back to Mindy not being pregnant. And you're mad! She told you she was pregnant. You're mad. That's why you bury a head. That's why you stab her in the belly. That's murder, Mr. Kassotis. Premeditated, intentional homicide. And then he cut her up. And he tossed her out like garbage. That is premeditation. And we're not required to prove that, but we have it here. Intent to kill. And even if you don't believe that at the moment he intended, you think that maybe he just wanted to hurt her, that's ag assault, aggravated assault. Felony murder. You assault somebody and then ultimately cause their death. So whether you think he started it with the intent to kill her or he just killed her in the process of the assault, one's aggravated assault felony murder, one is malice murder. And you're going to hear the judge talk about venue. Venue means where you died, where the crime itself was committed. And normally, you're going to hear that venue is the place where the crime was committed. And I submit to you, when you drop the rock in the pond and you don't know where it happens, the legislature in the state of Georgia does not allow for you not to be guilty on a loophole. If you believe that we couldn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt where she took her last breath, then where her body is recovered is the law. And that's why we're all here, Liberty County, with that ripple. Because her torso was found in the backyard. It took us almost 6 months to figure out who she was. Counsel would have you believe that everybody was like, oh, Nicholas Kassotis, that's who it is. That's not what happened. That's not what happened at all. You all heard that. Forensic sketches, fingerprints at the crime scene, DNA, no identity. We found it's the same person. Then Miss Betsy, she gave us a buccal swab. Heck, she didn't even believe he was a GBI agent because of Nicholas Kassotis. They believed him. And I submit to you, in hindsight, my other half said don't use any sports references. I'm not really good at it. But where I come from, it's called Monday morning quarterbacking. Right? In this case, we didn't know who she was. We find out who she is, and then they go backwards from there. They knew who Nicholas Kassotis was as early Detective Frost said that he had gotten Home Depot records. He knew as early as December 7th. They didn't arrest Mr. Kassotis. They ran down hundreds of leads through VICAP, NamUs, the Missing and Exploited Children, through the FBI. They ran down hundreds of leads. Agent Sands told you they had some that were close. They didn't know who it was until they got her DNA. And once they figured out that it was Mindy Mebane Kassotis, now he made sense. They had been running down all the leads up until that point, but they didn't know it was him until they knew it was her. The only one with access. And why is that important? Because Mr. Kassotis says his wife went to the hospital on Saturday. And he tells Joe West, she died Sunday. But doesn't tell her parents that she died until Thursday. Well, that's a problem. You told Mr. West that she died in one day. That's not a little different. That's Mindy. And I think that's important. That's Mindy. A friend, a sister, a daughter, a wife. And I submit to you, Mindy loved Mr. Kassotis. And she didn't want to lose him. I submit to you, she wasn't pregnant. Mr. Kassotis told you that he and Heather divorced because she told him she wanted kids but didn't really. That's what he told you on the stand. Mindy knew, I submit to you, that if he found out that she wasn't pregnant, she'd lose him. The doctor testified, told us the range. That's when the GBI could finally start to narrow it down. And the last person to see her alive was Mr. Kassotis. Mr. Frank said that he saw her right before they left to go to Hilton Head. And when he came back, he never saw her. They thought she was at the hospital. Mr. Kassotis didn't have a name of a doctor, a location of a place that he went to. He never visited her. His wife was 8 months pregnant, due in January, And he didn't go see her? I know you did not check your common sense at the door. He didn't go see her because she wasn't in a hospital. He didn't go see her because he knew she was dead. And he didn't ask about a baby because he knew there wasn't one. You heard those statements. He talked about a ring. I think ladies and gentlemen of the jury will know that wedding engagement rings are different for every lady. Bands are different. He claimed she was mistakenly cremated. And then he gave them back her bands. That's not possible. Because he conveniently tossed those in the Havre de Grace with no one present. All these people that needed to know that Mindy was gone, he didn't invite a soul to share her scattering of her ashes. How does that make sense? And then every day in the days following, telling her parents that she was gone, he is on the move. Quick, quick, quick. We'd go from Georgia, 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 all the way down to every state across the Northeast and all over, not here, in a quick rush effort to now not be Nicholas James Kassotis. And I submit to you, he knew Heather was still looking for the money. He's an attorney. You think he didn't get proof of $1.6 million paid? He didn't get a single pay stub, a single document, a single anything. Now, to be clear, it is the state's burden to prove our case. But when a defendant chooses to testify, you evaluate their credibility the same way you would any other witness, and the court's going to instruct you how that works. And I submit to you, not a word he said, not a word of that makes any sense. Jim McIntyre with the FBI, 2 years, he didn't think they were going to pay attention to his case at all, but he thinks a 2-year commitment from a FBI agent to become his personal security team, not a penny. Common sense in this courtroom, please. We follow the knife. We talked about it. Then he burned up the car. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that Mr. Kassotis is an individual that capitalizes on opportunity. He had a check that he couldn't cash to buy a house with Samantha. He didn't have access to any money. He told you that. But he was getting an $860,000 check that poof went up in flames. I submit to you because he didn't have that money. He was telling Samantha, we're getting a house. But when he had to actually buy it, he didn't have the money. Car goes up in flames. He testified or asked questions about a recall on a police interceptor vehicle, not on his Ford Explorer. A recall that doesn't apply to the vehicle he purchased. And at first the knife was in the car, then it was, well, I think it might be somewhere else. I mean, you didn't find it there, there's another place. Well, I saw it in Pennsylvania too. And we saw the house. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, she was definitely struck. There was a bloodletting event, meaning she bled at the house in Savannah. We know that. We saw her blood. But I submit to you, her body was put to rest here in Liberty County. And we know that because we saw the evidence. Blood on the wall, blood on the futon, blood on the floor. And then we followed the car, and it was Nicholas Kassotis that happens to be the one driving right past the camera. Man, unlucky. Submit to you, he didn't bank on that camera. It looks like loads and loads of woods. If you're not from here, that's what it looks like. tiny little pumping station. That pumping station, I submit to you, solved a murder. There's the car. If you look at those photographs, you would think he was only there for an hour, right? Looks like he came and he left. But those roads, they loop around. I submit to you, look at the photographs. Look at the satellite. Look at the maps. Agent Bernie told you that car was pinging there, total. Didn't turn back on until he's leaving the area going back up 95. He had 2 hours in the woods. I submit to you, he dismembered her out there. And then he tried to get rid of the body. And you're going to hear testimony, or rather you heard testimony about all of the items that the indictment references. They reference the totes. They reference the knife, meaning the Milwaukee knife. They reference the deer processing kit. Oh, and now that deer processing kit was for Matthew. He's not a hunter. But it was a gift that was so important that when your wife passes, you didn't make sure that he got it? Does that make any common sense? We followed the phones, and in case you weren't sure, he went right back home. We followed his car back to the house. Y'all listen to the statements from the defendant. I submit to you, it's called consciousness of guilt. When you try to cover something up, you start telling lies. The problem is, and Agent Sands said it, when you tell a lie, it's hard to keep up with them, because then there's another hole that you got to plug up, and you got to keep telling more lies to cover up the first lies. And Agent Sands said to him, it's like a puzzle. You burned some of the pieces, you threw some of them away, but I submit to you, y'all can still see the picture. He told them she was alive when he knew she was already dead. He told Samantha she was dead before she was dead. He told people she died in different ways. He told Joe West she went in on Saturday, she became septic, she got sepsis, and she died from an infection the next day. That would have been Sunday. He told her parents Thursday. I made a list of some of the things that were inconsistent. Your recollection is what governs. Was it credible? Was it believable? You told me you would know how to evaluate somebody being truthful. Use your common sense. Talked about what Mr. West said, but on December 1st of 2022, he tells her parents that's when she passed. And then he tells some people she was cremated. Actually, he tells law enforcement that, but he doesn't tell the family. He knew and didn't tell them. He told them there was going to be a service. He didn't have any reason to think that date range was not right when Mindy's body was out there. Conveniently, exactly when he was there. That is the most unlucky man on the face of the planet. Or a murderer. Why was the divorce important? The divorce was important because he had to have a reason to be telling this whole Jim story to begin with. Nicholas Kassotis did not want to pay Heather Thomas 1 penny. He did not want to pay her the $1.6 million. And he didn't. And he absconded. And he told some story to the court about how he had $32 million. $32 billion. Dang. That's a lot of money. But now it's Mindy's fault. Oh, it's Mindy's fault that he doesn't have the money. look at the records, the transcript. He blames Mindy. When there's a problem, well, either Jim did it or now Mindy did it. Mindy met Jim, but he never looked at credentials. Apparently, Mr. Kassotis hasn't done anything. Nothing paid, ever. Cameron, nothing paid, ever. Mrs. Koyesnik. Driver's license, photoshopped. There was no Georgia Nicholas Stark driver's license. That, I submit to you, is manipulation. He needed another option. Look at it. It's not even the same font. They got engaged. But even worse, I submit to you, if you heard and you listened carefully to Samantha's testimony, she said at the end of November he had her tires fixed, and then he sent her flowers the next week, maybe the first week of December. When he found out his wife was dead? Really? They were remarried. And whenever there's something that he has to be held accountable, Jim told me to do it. Can't find a person that doesn't exist, I submit to you.
That was a good I submit
He
to.
texted back and forth with Samantha repeatedly. Did Jim tell him to tell what to say in every text? I submit to you there is no Jim. Jim started as a convenient reason to get away from Heather, to not pay the money. And he convinced Mindy. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, Mindy believed him. So did Cameron Nelson. So did Chris Chaplik. So did Mindy's parents. He was a decorated lieutenant, I forgot what rank he said, in the Navy. 10 years almost with the JAG. 2 tours. Of course they believed him. That's that Monday morning quarterback thing. It's easy to look at it now when you see all of this in front of you and say, who would believe that? People that didn't know all that. People that thought Nick and Mindy were telling them the truth. Mindy believed him. I submit that to you. And she didn't want to lose him. There's no ring. There's no Jim. And there was no baby. And he didn't ask about it because he knew that. I submit to you, that's why he stabbed her in the belly. He never once, in 2 hours and approximately 10 minutes in Pennsylvania, ever asked about the baby. If you just found out that your wife died by some other means, because he already knew. He never once asked about the condition of her body. I submit to you because he knew. The court's going to instruct you on the charges. I've talked about some of them: malice murder, felony murder. There are additional charges that you're going to hear as well, and those charges include venue. The court's going to instruct you. I talked to you about this early on. Venue is where the body is found in a homicide if we don't know where she took her last breath, if we don't know where the crime was committed. And I submit to you, when he dropped that rock in the pond, He made it impossible to know that. Concealing the death of another. I submit to you, you saw all the ways he did that. And in case there was any question, her blood in the totes makes it clear that it was him. He got the car washed the next day. But he didn't do it. Possession of a knife during commission of a felony. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, counsel's not wrong about one thing. He didn't use the knife on the bones. Or at least we can't say for sure. Because we don't guess as the state. We ask experts to analyze evidence, and then we submit that evidence to you. Good, bad, or indifferent. You got the whole case. The parts that can prove things, the parts that limit, and Lauren Satcher testified she couldn't, at the outset, she could not have said that the deer processing kit was used on the bones. She knew that. The only thing she could have proven at that point was exclusion. State doesn't make assumptions. We get evidence. And that investigation kept going long after Mr. Kassotis was wrongfully arrested, is what he would submit to you, that they just focused on him. I submit to you that's not true. And the evidence shows that. Then there are the possession of the tools for the commission of the crime. I submit to you that the Ford Explorer was used to drive her body there, otherwise it wouldn't have needed a car wash. I submit to you that the insulation knife, unfortunately, was used on her physical body, not on her bones. He had to gain access to it. I submit to you that the deer processing kit was purchased the day before he drives down to dump her. And he's not a hunter. And for the very first time, we're hearing that he bought a deer processing kit for Matthew. It couldn't be excluded. That's what Lauren Satcher said. The tubs and the shovel. We know the tubs were used. Her blood was in them. The shovel, I submit to you, look at the photograph. And obviously removal of body parts from the scene of the death. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, her body was clearly moved about. She died at some point, and her remains were dispersed. And the tampering, if you read the indictment, it's very clear, it's specific as to what the allegation is. It's the effort to clean up or get rid of biological evidence. Nicholas Kassotis dropped a stone in the pond. And I submit to you, every person in this courtroom is a ripple. I submit to you, Mindy, she deserves your attention. This case is about her. I ask you to go in the back, look at the evidence, and come back with what is the only appropriate outcome. Guilty of all charges. Thank you.
Had we been counting submits, we might have got to 500, but no. Only 497.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it has been a long day, but before I excuse you for the evening, I want to sort of give you an outline as to what we'll do tomorrow. I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow morning at 8:45, around 9 o'clock or thereabouts. I'm going to read to you the law that applies in this case, and you will be duty-bound to follow that law when you begin your deliberations. That should take about 30 minutes, so after I give you the charge of the court, then I'm going to let you begin the deliberations, so finally you will be able to discuss the case and the evidence in this case. So once again, I want to emphasize tonight, please don't pay attention to any news accounts that might be out there. Get a good night's rest, and we'll be able to begin your deliberations tomorrow. So have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:45.
8:45 tomorrow. Jury charge and then a full day of deliberations. Jim McIntyre counter, I think we could make an argument that we did have at least 500. At the beginning of this case, we did not count when he was mentioned by he or him. We were only counting specific pronoun events. So I think we could safely say that Jim McIntyre has been referred to, especially if we count the number of times it appeared on the slide, which we did not count, over 500 times.
All right, the jury's been excused. We'll adjourn until tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
There we go. All right. Wow. I agree with 500. I agree. Bump it up. Bump it up. Okay, here we go. We're going to bump it up. Ready? 1, 2, 3. There we go. 500. We're there. We made it. Now we need to celebrate appropriately. Okay, 500 on the counter. All right. I like the closing, minus the submit to you parts. Here's what I think happened. Prosecutor did a great job on closing. She did overuse a phrase, and people do it. We've counted those in the past. I'm not going to count them anymore. I remember we counted Shannon in the Crumbly trial, the Crumbly parents trial. We counted the number of times she used the sorry, not sorry counter, and then she referred to our counter in closing. And we've counted, like in the Ferris trial, we counted the number of times the judge said and he called us out live. We're not counting things that just one individual person does anymore. So we're not going to do that. But here's what I think happened. I think she used her open as her close. All she did was insert the slides from the evidence that would be presented during the trial, and gave the same. So the writing was the same, the story's the same, the layout's the same. She added a few new slides and a few things. I'll see if I can show you this. There was one. My replay machine just does not want to play nicely. Let's see. It's going very slowly. I have to change the way it's recording. I switched my recorder to record in MPEG, which is not a good file for replays. So it has a hard time starting and stopping because of the way the file's written. It actually includes information from before and after that point in the file to get the full picture. But it makes it so I can fit 30 days worth of recording nonstop on my drive here. And see this little green thing, the red, green. If I switch it back to the other way, it helps the replay a ton, but I can only fit about 7 days on there. So anyway, I think that she used her open as her closing. I think she even made a mistake. She said, you will see, the evidence will show. Oh, wait, whoops. Yeah, you've already seen the evidence. So she's really good with opens, and she's that one phrase was her only downfall. But she got our attention for sure when she was at the very graphic part about why she believes that Mindy was stabbed in the stomach, and that sure made us sit up and pay attention. Nobody slept through that delivery of that closing. It did jump around a little bit, but her delivery definitely kept our attention. There were 52. I think you missed a few. You've worked for government agencies before. Have you ever heard of a covert undercover babysitter? Like a boss? I have not. I've always a contractor. Is that a civilian thing? Jim McIntyre's in the Witness Protection Program and has changed his name to Tim McIntosh. Nice. No one will ever know. Less than 3 hours on deliberation. You're probably right. I think this will be a quick one. I think it's a done deal. I'm surprised you didn't add that he convinced her parents that he died in a car accident. Oh yeah, that's the faking your own death part. We forgot about that part. I think Is this Mathis? Let's see. Got somebody calling in. 1 second.
Call from McIntyre Informant.
Unnamed informant. You're on the. You've got the voice changer on. Go ahead. What do you have to say?
Very good. I will even talk with a German accent. Now, did you get the map for the bathroom?
I did, and I plan on using that here in about 10 minutes.
All right. Then I can tell you. Then I can talk about the stuff that happened in court.
Okay. Wonderful.
I thought so. First of all, I think Shannon Smith mentioned a TikTok account that had all the clips of her saying it.
Mm-hmm.
She did not mention the counter, so you were not called out directly, but by association. The judge did point apparently.
I think I can say this now. I had some communication with somebody who knew her, and there was.
Okay.
I can vouch for that. She
okay.
did say TikTok.
It wouldn't surprise me. That's not surprising to me. I thought the defense did a very good closing, considering how bad the evidence is.
Oh, it was phenomenal. Doug is great. His transition to a criminal lawyer, other than taking very difficult cases. I mean, his first case was a RICO case with every crime in the country charged against your client and all his friends, and then the second case is what other people might see as a slam dunk, ripped from the headlines, tabloid worthy murder story. He picks some doozies, but he's not afraid of jumping on the deep end.
I think one thing that's noteworthy is I think when you start specifically as a civil defense attorney, there's a podcast by some lawyers that I followed. It's called The Dirty Verdict. It has Bill Ogden. He mentioned at some point, I would really like to interview like a civil defense attorney just to figure out, hey, do you guys do ethical things too, or are you just like mustache twiddling bad guys? I think when you start off and you defend like insurance cases, where you have to talk people down, where you have to talk down damages, and say, yeah, it's bad, but I mean, is this really the case, or bad, or that? You kind of have to get used to some bad facts when you deal with like insurance cases.
Yeah, lawyers arguing.
What I would imagine.
Arguing to support the insurance company denying somebody's claims, something like that in court. That's a tough position to be in. And if he's got experience like that, being on the receiving end, basically being the face of a company that people love to hate, at least in court, the legal front. I'm sure this is not a new experience for him that way, and that is definitely helping him out in his criminal endeavors, as far as criminal defense endeavors. I'm not insinuating that Doug has anything criminal going on. Sorry, I misspoke there. Doug, please come on the show. But
he does make a very strong impression, even though I think he did do this. I think he handled this pretty well. You really have to work with I think the mindset really is you have to work with constraints. When you know what the state has in evidence, some defense law attorneys that I think are very reasonable, they do things like guilty plead for a life sentence right before trial, which turns out to be the correct defense.
Yeah.
And speaking of Kohberger, this case really. This is now a complete change of topic, but I wanted to throw this out there. When I think about this case and some of the other murder cases that we saw recently, like after the guilty plea by Brian Kohberger, we learned that, like specifically, like what evidence they had. When in the factual basis for the guilty plea, the prosecutor, I forgot his name, but it's the old guy with
Santa Claus.
Very nice Santa
Mr.
Claus.
Thompson.
Yeah. When I stomp your foot and say, "Hello, Mr. Thompson," you not. he listed some things where I thought, well, this is strange. I thought this crime doctorate guy would have some better ideas than to use his own car, be caught on multiple cameras, driving extremely suspiciously. And when I go through like some of these murder cases, there really is a pattern where the people that think they're smart, they turn out to be embarrassingly stupid once you have like a good investigation, which also contrasts with cases where there was no good investigation. But the point I'm getting at is, and this will now surprise you, is actually Zachariah Anderson.
ZA, yeah. What about?
I thought about that one, and I recently rewatched an older video about a statement by a DNA analyst expert who was critical of the work that was done in that case. And and when I went through that statement, which was actually a letter of complaint, I was reminded by another recent comment by some judge, I forgot which case that was, about these DNA analysts. They never tell you things like it was this guy with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. They only tell you that the evidence makes it 1 million, billion, trillion, quadrillion, billion, killion, grillion, dodecahillion times more likely.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the number of zeros has 27 zeros. They throw out this outrageous number, but they never give like opinion statements.
Yeah, they won't say yes, that's it. It was a match.
Yeah,
you don't get the.
And in the Zachariah Anderson case, there's actually been a complaint that the DNA expert in that case completely deviated from that procedure. There was no. I think when you rewatch that, there's no meaningful discussion of these likelihood factors. There's that DNA person actually does say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, and then the written complaint actually cites to like guidelines from the National Academy of Sciences or something like that, about how we don't use that language because it's for many reasons actually unscientific. And it has occurred to me that in the Zachariah Anderson case, you would imagine that there's a lot of evidence that they could have gotten that they didn't. Like, they never caught his car in this very narrow time frame of when, by their theory, the murder would have had to have occurred. Yeah. And I think when I rewatched that trial, I might come across thinking that he's probably innocent, because if you just keep in mind how stupid these murderers are.
We need to have this conversation sometime, because that's probably one of the positions I'm the closest on the fence to being flipped on, is my stance on the Zachariah Anderson trial. I still sided with the jury, and I told Solomon that when he came on the show and we interviewed him. I still sided with the jury on that, and we had a great discussion. I really appreciated that, and we've talked with a lot of different people about that. Let me flip back to this case just for a minute, because first of all, I want to sum up. What was your thoughts? I thought that Doug Wade made one mistake in the closing, where he said that he's like, my client's a liar. That's true. Okay, you get ahead of it. Don't let the state be the one that tells that story. My client's a liar. He lied about this. He lied about how much of Cameron's money he spent, the $200,000. He lied about that. This is Doug saying this in closing. Well, his client on the stand under oath just minutes ago said that he didn't know anything about how much was spent. He had no clue.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake. I think you have to think about the circumstances in which the statement was made, because in many ways he's actually kind of saying things that he doesn't actually put into coming from him. Like when he goes on this speech about how they had the guy, they had the killer, they had the murderer, At some points, he really speaks like he wants to use indirect speech, like he wants to put, he says it as an allegation that he puts into the state's mouth, and I think he crossed the streams at that point.
Yeah.
I think that was a misspeak.
Yeah, because it made the jury's like, yeah, they did. Yep, you're right, they did. And at one point, you're going to say, okay, I can understand. You can call an investigation into question and say, you didn't look. There's all this evidence that was in front of you. You just didn't even look at it. You picked out a little piece and said, that's it. I'm going to shut my eyes to everything else. This investigation was great. This is not an investigation that was shoddy, that used red Solo cups to collect evidence out of the snow and leaf blowers and everything and stop and shop bags. This evidence, this whole case investigation was really good. So his argument about they didn't look at anybody else, it was weak. We've heard it before, but part of that is just the defendant appears to have left a very wide trail that was easy to follow. Yeah. And as soon as they got on those breadcrumbs, why deviate when everything just keeps delivering it? It's like Uber delivery of murder evidence to the police station, and it all has your client's name on it. So, Mathis, let me do one more thing. I'm going to have to wrap this up here in just a second. I know you were in the meeting this morning with Judge Carroll, you, me, and I think Clipson's vixen, Amber.
Yeah, there was also some McIntyre guy, but I think that's not
probably
Jim
in
this case.
Probably Jim. Yeah, I don't know who that was. The instructions said use your first and last name, and I did. And then I see Amber goes in there with just like her nickname. She's like, hey, this is Callie. Mm-hmm. I'm like, what? I didn't know that was an option. But the judge let her in anyway. We'll have to talk about that sometime as well. I know that I think we'll probably save the Maya stuff until the second DCA decision comes down. Yeah. That would be a good thing. But I wanted to say hi because I couldn't in the Zoom with you this morning. But it's the first time I've been in a Zoom with you before. It was neat.
Yeah. I didn't even break any rules.
Neither did I. But that's only because I kept my mic off. So, yeah. Anyway, Mathis, thank you very much. Love talking to you, as always. Our favorite legal mind from Germany. Thank you very much for the call. And I'll agree to play your song within the next week. You can cash that chip in, okay?
Yep.
All right. I'll let you go. Thanks, my friend. We'll see you. Bye.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
All right. Coral, we are catching up now. Oh, there's some great stuff. Yes, Callie, Calypson's vixen. That's who was there in chat. The judge knew who it was. Laura, thanks for the kind words. We love to hear Mathis. Mathis is, I will say this right now, just you can clip this, Mathis. You're smarter than I am. 100%. Your legal mind is exponentially more capable than my own. And I love talking to you. Just dumb it down for me so I can follow along. Great call. Mathis loves the law and loves to dig into technicalities that are beyond me, but fun to hear about as long as he can simplify it for me. All right. Any other thoughts we wanted to share about the closings today? I'm super excited for jury deliberation tomorrow. Let me tell you what my plan is for tomorrow. We have the next big case that's coming up is Donna Adelson. That starts on the 19th with jury selection. It might be a couple days of jury selection. So we have, I don't know how many days is that. It's the 13th now. We have a handful of days where we might do a little bit of court hopping. We might go up to Thurston County, Washington. We might go down to San Antonio, Texas with Judge Stephanie Boyd. I'm sure Cedric Simpson, Judge Simpson is going to be on that. Probably Judge McNally. I'd love to see some Judge Oakley if we can get him with a sob sit. That would be fantastic. So we're going to try to pop around and see some new stuff as it's happening from some of our favorite judges from around the country. What's my verdict now that it's over? I think he's guilty. I think you have to squint really hard to have the pieces not line up. I think he's guilty. 10-5 Brewers, bottom of the 7th. Stephanie, that's the best news I've heard so far today. Big Brewers fan right now. The case reminds me of the movies Sixth Sense or Beautiful Mind, characters that don't exist. I see dead people. Yeah, good analogies there on both. Just a thought, the chat games are meant to increase chat activity. I don't think they're a nuisance when used in downtimes. Correct. I should have turned them back on. Actually, let me do this really quickly before everyone goes, because I know a couple people want to check their points and all that. Buckle up, mods. Here we go. Let's turn on. Oh. We have dual? Hang on a second. This is new. How to use dual. It's thinking. It's not working. Dual doesn't work, apparently. Apparently I just broke chat. I have to restart chat. Apparently dual does not work. Give me a second. We'll get points turned on. Chat's broken for just a second. I do like it because I know there's some people who are in a position where they cannot, are not able to support the channel financially, and that is great. I love that you're here. And this is one way that they can sort of see the fruits of their labors as far as attendance and involvement. So we do have it working for that reason. Let's see, points, turn on points, refresh, turn on, where's the other one? Slots on. I do this one. Oh, you can actually get currency from another person. Okay, so to start a dual message, you dual and then you dual somebody else. I think you put their username. You dual, exclamation point dual space at target username. You have been challenged by for this amount. Type yes to fight or duel to chicken out. The duel will expire in a certain amount of time. Holy cow. So you'd say exclamation point duel red pen 500. And to accept the duel, the red pen would have to say duel yes. To decline would be duel no. There you go. Holy smokes. This is Greeners, you've been challenged for 2,000. There you go, Greeners, you've been called out. You accepted. Marco says, can you explain some of your gear? I'd love to. It gets a little technical, but I love it. I'm a gear nut. I love what I do. I'll tell you, just because we have a minute and court's over here right now. Most of my system is run from this machine right here, which is an ATEM Extreme SDI. That means this is a video switcher, so I can switch with these 8 buttons, and there's 211 buttons on it. But I can switch with these buttons. I can control audio and video for what's on the screen. It puts my face down here in the corner. I can use a Stream Deck through my laptop to control it as well. So if I wanted to do something like, let's see, like change my input to be my back camera, I can do that. I can change it around. If I wanted to put like the counter in the corner, I can do all that. So it can handle 8 inputs at one time and a number of outputs. It also streams directly to the internet. So all my computers could shut down and the stream would still be live because it runs and pushes the stream directly to YouTube. I don't need a computer to do that. So it doesn't tie up any processor. I have another of the same, a 4-port version, which runs just my keyer. That's what puts the background behind me right here in this picture. If I were to turn it off, I would disappear because it's just a picture. My sound is run through the original Rodecaster. I have not upgraded to the next version, so that's my soundboard, and it runs all my audio. I do have 1, 2, 3, 4 Macs that I run. My main camera is a Sony A6600 with a Sigma 16mm prime lens, which is just beautiful. It lets me get this bokeh effect like this, so I can go out of focus really easily. I could put my let's see, let me change this to, let's go really high. Open up the iris, so I can have my mic in focus right here, but I'm sort of blurry. Or I could have me in focus and the mic be a little blurry. It allows me to do stuff like that. Aside from that, I do run, my replay machine is on DaVinci Resolve, so I have DaVinci Resolve Replay Editor, which I can rewind. So court is recorded onto a NAS storage using hyperdecks. I have a couple of these hyperdecks right here. I could just hit the record button, and it'll record onto the storage, and it's accessed by the replay machine. So I can do that, and I think that's it. Anything else? Got me talking about nerdy stuff, and I could do this forever. So, Josh says, Buffer, we're going on strike. Yeah, I'm going to turn off Duel. It's crazy. Greener's just won like 1 billion points. You have to go. Greener's is declining duels all over the place. Everyone's attacking the lead person. What is Festivus? Oh, Festivus. You have to wait for that. Festivus is a made up holiday from a TV show, Seinfeld, where you air your grievances, and we honor that holiday here. So I'm gonna go ahead and kill Duel really quickly because it's going nuts, and I think I'm gonna have to deduct some points for Greeners because I'm sure he cheated somehow. Let's see. Duel's going off. Duel is super crowded. Okay. Refresh. Duel's gone. Whew. That was a lot. Good thing I didn't turn on roulette as well. What do you think the jury will pronounce? Guilty or not guilty? Guilty. I think they'll come back as guilty. I think they're with me on this one. Flip the chat switch. All right. Let me get down to the bottom. Red Pen's like, there's more? Blackjack too? Now, I've never activated it yet. So, yes, this is Recovery Addict chat. That's why we're gambling just fake stuff. No real value to any of it. So, mods are going to kill me. I think they're already organizing a mutiny. Life in prison without parole, I think, is what the most you can go for here. I don't think it's a death penalty case. The other Jules, congratulations. Got a crown. Points is pointless, yes. The mods are having a private meeting. You guys, thank you so much for sticking with me on this case. It started out really tough to hear some of the evidence, and then it was slow for a little bit. But it has turned into probably one of my favorite cases of the year. And I realize that we've had some really cool cases this year, but one of my favorite cases is this one right here. So I'm excited to see what the jury comes back with. I think the jury's going to see through the story they've been told by the defense. I'm not buying it. I don't think they will either. So we'll find out tomorrow. We'll also do some court hopping. So come around. We're going to have a lot of fun tomorrow. It's going to be more laid back. Mods, we probably will have like the slot machine running for some of it. Just heads up. So if you want to be sick and get your sick notice in, let me know. That'll be okay. But tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe too. We go live again tomorrow morning. 8:45 is when they're starting down there in Georgia. And we're going to be here for all of it. We're going to hear the jury instructions first, the charge, and then the jury goes out and deliberates. We'll keep the counter running to see how long they deliberate. I think first thing in the morning we'll do a deliberation time poll to see how long they're going to deliberate. And I would be surprised if we don't have an answer before the podcast. So anyway, you guys be good to each other. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
I'm not a camel.
What more do you need to see?
Alex stole it as well.
Shame on you, sir.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm here for Tony Hernandez, the attorney.
If they didn't, I would lose my mind.
Del Rio in felony court this morning, and I just wanted to let the court know that that's where he's at.
All right. Is he in
Del Rio in felony court for jury trial?
No, not for jury trial, but he's there on appearance.
All right. Tell him his client is here on trial.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
To let the court know that
In front of the
he
Walmart.
might not make it back until late this afternoon.
Okay. Tell him he needs to make it back because this is a jury case.
Taking it easy.
All right. And tell him his client is dressed for trial in a Nightmare from Elm Street t-shirt. The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you.